Council regular meeting, Tuesday, April 1st. Nice to see so many people here. We will open this meeting with the land acknowledgement. The land that Eureka rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Jirojiji. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments remove the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threaten to destroy their cultural practices. The City of Eureka acknowledged the Wiyot community, their elders both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement demonstrates the city's commitment to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism. And with that, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Castellano.
Here.
Councilmember Moulton.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Bauer.
Here.
Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach.
Here.
Mayor Bergel.
Here. And would all who care to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. And City Attorney Luna, was there a report out of closed session?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, there is a report out of closed session tonight on a motion by Councilmember Bauer, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. The City Council voted unanimously to authorize the City Attorney's Office to initiate a public health and safety receivership against property located at 3590 Spring Street. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will begin with our mayor's announcements. If I could request Gretchen Ziegler to please come forward to the podium. Welcome. It's great to see you. So this is the City of Eureka Proclamation in recognition of Gretchen Ziegler, Sequoia Park Zoo Director Emeritus, April 2025. Whereas Gretchen Ziegler served at City of Eureka Sequoia Park Zoo with distinction and honor for over 26 years, and whereas Gretchen Ziegler was instrumental in maintaining and exceeding the highest standards of animal care and well-being, conservation, and education programs worthy of continuous accreditation by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, and whereas Gretchen Ziegler worked tirelessly to ensure the completion of the award-winning Redwood Skywalk, an immersive experience that greatly enhances the zoo while creating and deepening connections to nature, and whereas Gretchen Ziegler continues to embody and advance the mission of Sequoia Park Zoo to inspire conservation of the natural world by instilling wonder, respect, and passion for wildlife and wild places. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Kim Bergel, on behalf of the Eureka City Council, am pleased to bestow the status of Zoo Director Emeritus on Gretchen Ziegler in recognition of her years of dedication and service to the City of Eureka Sequoia Park Zoo.
Thank you all so much, Council and Mayor and City Manager Miles Slattery. I appreciate it. The zoo will always be near and dear to my heart, and I don't miss it every day, but I'm so thrilled that it's doing well and will be here hopefully for a long, long time to come. Another 100 years or so would be sweet. And maybe we'll never have to hear another politician suggest that we close it down. So that's a good thing. This is deeply honoring to me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Okay, our next proclamation is for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Is there someone here to receive this proclamation? And this will be read by Councilmember Moulton.
Hello, thank you for being here. City of Eureka Proclamation in recognition of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, April 2025. Whereas sexual violence affects children, youth, adults, and elders of all genders from all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds, with public health and social justice implications for every person in Eureka. And whereas staff and volunteers of the North Coast Rape Crisis Team provide 24-hour emergency services to survivors and their significant others, and believes that prevention and intervention are essential to a healthy community. And whereas no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate sexual assault on their own, but can, through collaboration and partnership, work together to support those impacted, improve responses, and ensure that survivors are not re-victimized. Now, therefore, I, Katie Moulton, on behalf of Mayor Bergel and the Eureka City Council, reaffirm our commitment to help the North Coast Rape Crisis Team and holding to our values of heal, help, meet survivors where they're at, empower them in their healing journeys, affirm their choices, and listen to their stories, and acknowledges April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
I believe it's on. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Sepulveda. I work with the North Coast Rape Crisis Team. We would first like to thank you at the City Council for your ongoing support of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, as well as the North Coast Rape Crisis Team. So for over 50 years, we've been providing our free services to survivors, including a bilingual 24-hour hotline, accompaniment to evidence collection exams, support through law enforcement, as well as crisis counseling and financial assistance. This past year, we have helped over 599 survivors in Humboldt County, and these services are available to all survivors regardless of when the harm has occurred. This work would not be possible without our community partners, including law enforcement, the district attorney's office, sexual assault nurse examiners, and tribal organizations. However, we do find that with the looming funding cuts from the Victim of Crime Act and threatened federal freeze of grant funds, it will become impossible for the North Coast Rape Crisis Team to function and serve survivors if those go through. And so we do look to our community to be able to help us make sure that survivors receive the care that they deserve. And if you are interested in supporting our agency and supporting the work that we do, you can look at our website and crct.org. We are also grateful to be partnering with the Morris Graves Museum of Art at their upcoming concert on the 27th of this month. And thank you again for supporting our work and the survivors that we serve. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
I think we're fine. Thank you so much for being here. We are proclamation rich at this meeting. Our next proclamation is for the Week of the Young Child. And would Leah Sanders come forward, please? Great. Welcome. Oh, and Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach will be reading this proclamation.
Okay. In recognition of Week of the Young Child, April 5th through 11th, 2025, whereas all young children deserve quality early learning environments that support them as capable and competent lifelong learners, and whereas nurturing, parenting, quality and accessible childcare and early education programs build strong brains during the critical years from birth to age 5, and whereas investments in babies and young children has profound impacts on creating a strong and vibrant community. And whereas the Redwood Coast chapter of the California Association for the Education of Young Children, First Five Humboldt, Changing Tides Family Services, North Coast Children's Services, College of the Redwoods Child Development Center, Cal Poly Humboldt Children's Center, and Child Development Department, in conjunction with the National Association for the Education of Young Children, are celebrating the 55th anniversary of the Week of the Young Child. And whereas these organizations are working to improve equitable early learning opportunities that can provide a foundation of learning for children in Eureka. And whereas early childhood educators and others who make a difference in the lives of young children deserve thanks, recognition, and support. And whereas public policies that support early learning for all young children are crucial to Eureka's families, communities, and economy. And whereas the City of Eureka has consistently demonstrated its commitment to the city's early childhood care and education workforce by providing resources to stabilize the child care system, resulting in better access to critical child care services for families and preserving those services necessary to local businesses. And whereas the City of Eureka has been steadfast in its advocacy for young children and their families in their annual legislative platform and advocacy actions, now, therefore, I, Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach, on behalf of Mayor Kim Bergel and the City of Eureka and Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim April 5th through 11th, 2025, as the Week of the Young Child in Eureka, California, and encourage all citizens to support and invest in early childhood education in our community.
Hi, I'm Sydney Fisher-Larson. I'm the treasurer of the California Association for the Education of Young Children and for the Redwood Coast Association for the Young Children. Week of the Young Child is being celebrated throughout the entire United States. The National Association for the Education of Young Children is the oldest and largest professional organization in the United States and internationally, actually, being founded in the 20s. And continues to be a voice for children and families and the people who care for them.
And my name is Leah Sanders. I'm the president for the Redwood Coast chapter. I wanted to talk about a couple of events that we'll be holding during the Week of the Young Child. And here we have our kickoff picnic event on April 5th. It will be at Sequoia Park and from 11 to 2, and it's free for families and children. It'll be a wonderful, wonderful day. Pack a picnic and come and join us. As well, on April 19th, we'll be holding a Friend of the Young Child award ceremony for longtime educators in our community, and it'll be a lovely event. Yes. Thank you so much for honoring us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, and our next proclamation is for Evidence and Property Technicians Appreciation Week. Do we have people to come forward for that? Come on up. Welcome, and Councilmember Bauer will be reading that proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. In recognition of Evidence and Property Technicians Appreciation Week, April 1st through 7th, 2025. Whereas evidence and property technicians play a vital role in the criminal justice system by ensuring proper handling and storage of the evidence and property. And whereas the evidence and property technicians are vital to the criminal justice process. Its effective and efficient operation is integral to an agency's quality of service to the community and the criminal justice system. And whereas the management of this function has become increasingly complex due in part to factors related to legislative mandates, hazardous material storage, the protection and preservation of biological DNA-related material, security and chain of custody, and the training of evidence property personnel. The failure to manage the evidence property function can affect the successful prosecution of criminal violators, resulting in agency liability or loss of public confidence. And whereas the evidence and property technicians of the Eureka Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the evidence from criminal and non-criminal investigations. And whereas proper management of evidence and property is crucial for successful prosecutions and maintaining public confidence in the criminal justice system. Now, therefore, I, Scott Bauer, on behalf of Mayor Kim Bergel and the Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim April 1st through 7th, 2025 as National Property and Evidence Professionals Appreciation Week.
Be very brief. My staff couldn't be here this evening, but on behalf of my staff and the Eureka Police Department, we would like to just take a quick moment to thank the City Council for recognizing this. It's a profession that most certainly works behind the scenes, and appreciate your words, Councilmember Bauer and the City Council. So thank you.
Well, that was a perfect segue. I feel like in my mayor's reports tonight, usually I talk about all the things that we do in the city, but tonight I really, I feel like I want to clear up some misinformation out there that's happening, that city staff is harassing and stealing from our community members. The procedures for ensuring public spaces are accessible to all of our community members is a very well-balanced process, ensuring compassion and accountability. The procedure includes notice to vacate. If the owner is present, EPD staff will provide the notice to vacate form, answer any questions, and inform the owner of available local resources. All tagged property is photographed, and those photos are attached to the CAD call. If owner wants to avail themselves of the resources provided, Care, Uplift, and CSET staff will assist with connecting them to the resource with their belongings. If the owner is not present, the notice to vacate form is left in a conspicuous area where it can be easily found upon the owner's return. The tagged property is photographed and the photos attached to the CAD call. In case you're wondering, I'm talking about this misinformation that our police department is out there doing sweeps in our community. So allow me to continue. The removal timeline. While property may be removed after 24 hours notice per code, this is rarely enforced. EPD uses sound judgment when determining an appropriate time frame, considering factors as the owner's physical and mental condition, the amount of property, location, and weather conditions. Collection and disposal. When collecting property, EPD must ensure that items are not classified as hazardous or trash, and then they are booked for safekeeping. Items not considered personal property and subject to immediate disposal include pallets, cardboard, shopping carts, drug paraphernalia, perishable items, soiled items by urine or feces creating unsanitary conditions, any materials covered in bodily fluid or blood, and any additional hazardous materials. Documentation. Property removal is recorded using body-worn cameras and documented in any applicable report. Photographs are also attached to the CAD call or report if property is booked. If property is removed and the owner is not present, an EPD notice of removal form is left in a visible location. A photograph showing the notice's placement is attached to the report or CAD call. Property collected is booked at EPD for safekeeping and held for a minimum of 90 days for the owner to retrieve their property. And I really felt compelled to bring that forward after our last meeting because there's a lot of misinformation about what's really happening. And so just to clarify, our staff is doing a great job out there. They're out there every day, and they're doing the good work. So I really appreciate them, and I wanted to take that moment to clarify the truth. From that, we will move on to presentations. Eureka City Parks update with Environmental Project Manager Pratzker and Deputy Director Ramey. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jeff Ramey, your Deputy Director of Community Services, and it's great to be here sharing all the exciting park updates. We have a wonderful presentation with a lot of great photos to share with you tonight. Tonight's presentation will focus on current park projects. So first up, we have the Carson Park, which is bounded by Boone, H, and I streets, right in the middle of town. In recent years, due to our successful partnership with Rotary Club of Old Town Eureka, there have been many Carson Park upgrades, including new park entrances, soccer goals, recycling and garbage receptacles, a hydration station, concrete tables and cornhole games, and some new artistic benches that were just installed last month. In 2022, staff launched a community survey regarding Carson Park, and this resulted in a phased-in master plan with phases being dependent upon funding. And those include a new restroom and basketball courts, which were completed, a new playground, new pickleball courts and a dog run, and a restoration of the historic Carson Lodge, which is the old building there that was built back in 1939. Most recently, we partnered with Eureka Old Town Rotary and the College of the Redwoods. With great appreciation for both of these organizations, these efforts resulted in a new restroom and basketball court for Carson Park in 2024. Also through the partnership with the College of the Redwoods and their construction technology class, the restoration of the historic Carson Lodge began. So we have some photos of before and after. The interior of the lodge has been completed, and we're working on the exterior still. It's in need of some new siding, and so water tables need to be replaced, and then of course paint when we're done. These efforts are on pause right now until we can reschedule with the construction technology class at CR, but we're hoping to have them back here in the fall. Currently, staff are working with the Kiwanis Club of Henderson Center, and who have chosen Carson Park Playground as their project for celebrating their 75th year anniversary. So we were thrilled to meet with them recently and have this discovery. And we're in the process right now of looking at playground equipment. There's some renderings there of some considerations that we're looking at. So stay tuned for opportunities to get involved with the installation efforts to get it done in a day. If you remember what we did at Hammond Park quite a while ago, where we do an install in a day and you have a complete new playground in one day. So there'll be some preparation work needed for that, but that's our goal here. So we're excited about that. Let's see, we're gonna move on now to Del Norte Pier Park, which is located at the foot of Del Norte Street. So we have a little small parklet there. We had a very exciting project that happened right at the beginning of the year that was funded through a grant provided by Redwood Coast Energy Authority and PG&E, and it provided new solar lighting for our waterfront down there. So you've noticed some new lights, and the new lights are now installed along the pier. We also got new lights in the Adorney Center parking lot, and then along the waterfront trail that extend to the Samoa Bridge. And they're new innovative solar lighting where the solar is actually like on the pole. And so kind of a new thing, and they're programmable through like a Bluetooth program so that we can adjust dimming and things like that. Or let's see. The Del Norte Pier Park recently received a few upgrades. We have an amazing new mural on 3 sides of the restroom that are all shark themed to complement our Shark Park playground. It's kind of our nickname for that park after we had a local artist create a shark sculpture for us down there. Thank you to Ben Goulart, who rallied multiple artists to help him create those really awesome designs. We were also able to add a water bottle filler and a dog bowl to the side of the restroom there for people that we're getting a lot of use of the dog park, which we're going to talk about next here. The Del Norte Dog Park received new perimeter fencing, which has been a huge improvement. And we also received a new enclosed bear saver garbage cans, which you're starting to see along the waterfront, which are really helping us control amounts of garbage that are deposited, as well as like animals getting into there or wind blowing it into our bay and water areas there. So we've had an amazing volunteer coordinator down there helping us, Lila. I wish we had a picture of her on there. To help with all of the volunteers and folks that are showing up out there. We have quite a awesome group of people that are meeting there. So we're really excited also for the dog park to share an input opportunity for Del Norte Dog Park. We have an amazing group of volunteers, and we've been channeling their enthusiasm to develop a master plan for future improvements. And so we held a community outreach event on March 8th that was really well attended, and we had a ton of dogs. There was probably 60 dogs out there, and it was really fun. And on that day, we also launched a survey to develop ideas for the master plan. The survey is available on the city's website, and as of today, we have 134 responses to that. We also have printed out some surveys out here on the table. So if you're interested in that, please help us out and pick one up. And moving on to Highland Park, located on Glen Street. This neighborhood park got some upgrades this past year due to a variety of funding sources, such as Prop 68 per capita funding from the state. We have a new restroom with a concession stand that includes 4 all-gender single-use restrooms. And through a donation from Valley Pacific Petroleum, we were also able to make this portion of the project happen. And like I said, it has a nice concession stand on the other side that you can't see from this photo. But we're excited so that the Little League and park users can rent that out. We also received all new fencing around the ball field and new backstops there. So some nice improvements there. There's new pathways around the park that include concrete picnic tables and some newly planted trees. One of the biggest improvements there too is the resurfaced tennis courts that include pickleball lines and new perimeter fencing. The pickleball courts are already seeing a huge usage increase, including programming already from the Humboldt Bay Pickleball Club. So they're out there on Saturdays. And we also did some upgrades to the playground there. We were able to install a few playground amenities, some new swings, spinners, and a rocker. And now I'd like to pass over this portion of the presentation to Project Manager Robin Prasker.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Robin Prasker, Environmental Project Manager with the Community Services Department. And next up in our presentation tonight is our Grace Martin Memorial Park and the Waterfront Trail renovation project. So the location of this new park is out in front of the Sacco Amphitheater next to the Adorney Center on Waterfront Drive. And the project was seeded by the Grace Martin Memorial Fund, hence the name of the park. But we also received additional funds from the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant and the city's non-motorized transportation funds. Per usual, community input led the way for the final park design. So thank you so much to everyone who participated throughout that process. The theme of the park is the working waterfront of Humboldt Bay to celebrate our history, and it is centered around a replica schooner ship built by Eric Hollenbeck of Blue Ox Millworks. That has inspired the park design, and it will be surrounded by blue rubber surfacing to look like it is underwater or in water. We have an octopus sculpture climber as a way to get onto the boat. And then we also have our log slide and then log balance beams. We'll also have 2 different binoculars for bayfront viewing. And then the waterfront trail will continue along the bayfront instead of going through the Sackway Amphitheater. We've heard time and time again that user conflict, so we're calling that the waterfront trail extension. And then, of course, the resurfacing of the waterfront trail. As we know, the section from the Adorney Center just past the Samoa Bridge is in much need of repair. So that extension and resurfacing will occur as part of this project as well. We are waiting the notice to proceed from the grant administrator. So we're yet to go out to bid. So stay tuned. We'll let you know. All right. Next up is Sequoia Park. We all know where this is, 3550 W Street, right next to the historic Sequoia Park Zoo. We want to highlight all of the amazing activities that continue to occur every year that I'm sure many of us have participated in. Newer to the park is the youth fishing event. We actually have one coming up April 26th, so definitely would love to see you all out there. We also have our newer forum, Sequoia Park Ivy League. It's actually been going back to 2022 now. Over 30,000 pounds of ivy removed. If folks don't know, ivy is invasive and chokes the redwood trees and also can spread by seed by birds. So this group is very dedicated to that removal. They meet once a month. Would love to see anybody out there helping out. Camp Sequoia continues to be offered every summer as one of our summer camp locations. And of course, park rentals, steady and ongoing. The group picnic area, gazebo, are very popular from birthday parties, baby showers, you name it. And some city-hosted events. Shout out to the Humboldt Del Norte Film Commission, who has partnered with us for the Forest Moon Festival, celebrating Star Wars being filmed in our area. Can't go without mentioning Get Out and Play Day. While it's all over town, we have a lot of activities based at Sequoia Park. It's a great venue for getting out and playing. Easter and Halloween continue to be held annually here. Easter's coming up, so Easter Bunny will be out again. And then recent upgrades. So the Sequoia Park Duck Pond Road was rehabilitated, repaved and rebuilt the shoulders. And the Duck Pond Road is now open Wednesday through Sunday now for vehicle traffic. There is a new Bear Saver garbage cans with a beautiful mural on it down at the Duck Pond. And we worked really hard on this new interpretive sign for the Duck Pond to help celebrate its history and also how important of an ecosystem it is. We do have a problem, unfortunately, with the dumping of domestic pets, turtles, ducks down there. Very detrimental to the environment. So we formed up this sign to teach folks about how to enjoy the pond responsibly. So going to the master plan for Sequoia Park, community input process did take place. It was robust, many folks fired up and passionate about the park and its future. You've probably seen this before. It resulted in our 3-phase master plan, dependent on funding. And most importantly, we were able to complete phase 1. That was back in 2021. Featured some really cool equipment that the community loved and just said, we want more of this. So those are our marching orders. Quick recap on funding restrictions with this area. A lot of the state grants we do receive are based on park deficiency or median household income. And unfortunately, this neighborhood does not meet those metrics for those typical grants. So we've had to get a little creative, which is why we are working on a fundraising campaign to fund those next 2 phases. We are working on the playground concept to be able to launch that campaign. We have a few pictures here just kind of show you the vision. It's inspired by the Redwood Skywalk to create a similar, smaller, equally fun and adventurous opportunity around the trees. So this is kind of the vendor we've been talking to and looking at with some natural wood treehouse elements. So that launch should be coming sometime this year. You will definitely be hearing from us when it's official and there's actual ways to get involved and support it. All right, last but not least is our Yas Park, where the cypress are. Located between Boone and West Henderson, tucked into that neighborhood there. Of course, community-led vision for improvements. We had community input during the grant application process, post-grant award during design, tons of opportunities to get involved, and we really thank everybody who participated with us. As you know, the park was also renamed. It was formerly 2030 Park. That also went through a very, very well attended input process. So again, thank you to folks who spoke up and let us know their thoughts. So no surprise, we got the grant. As you know, we've been under construction. And that renaming process really was possible due to the Wiyot tribe. Through that community input, we learned that a name in the Wiyot language was desired, Slatluk. So they worked with us to come up with 3 names. We surveyed them. And of course, we landed on Dot Yas, where the cypress are, celebrating all the cypress that are in the park. So we do have our master plan that, like I said, is under construction. Definitely just want to highlight the circulation of all the pathways for walking, which will be a great user experience, and plenty of open space and grass, which we know folks love in our parks. We've been showing renderings of this for so long. The egret play structure that is the highlight of the main playground area. It's actually in the ground. It's here. It's so much more magical in person when you see the size of it, but excited to actually show you the real photos of it tonight. But there's more stuff to play on than the egret. We have a roll-on spinner and a rope spinner. We have a special swing. You can face each other, kids, parents, what have you. We've got a toddler area with rockers and a slide. Trying to serve all ages here. We've got our outdoor fitness area. This is the equipment we selected. And then we have some site photos of construction. So first we have the Jacob Haney ball field. There was a small alley that connected Summer Street to Union Street. That's been completely opened up now, making that feel safer, wider, and actually a whole new viewing area for the ball field outside of the fence. There'll be bleachers here in this big open concrete area, which can allow parents to be nearby a child on the playground or watch a child playing Little League at the same time. And the restroom's just there too. Brand new multi-sport court. It's 2 full-size basketball courts, also serving roller hockey and futsal. The panels are not on it at this time, but the panels are holding the ball and the pucks. And then there'll be a half-court basketball outside of that as well. We also had the restroom craned in back in January by North Coast Fabricators. That was a fun day. And then the Union Street Jacob Haney entrance has now been made a proper plaza. It is now separating that vehicle and pedestrian traffic with a seat wall, making that safer from the road. Okay, so there's so much more happening in construction. We're hoping to be done the end of spring. Rain has really been quite difficult to navigate with an active construction site, but you will definitely be hearing about a grand opening. It'll be a big party. And then that does wrap up our presentation for tonight, but staff are available for questions.
Are there any questions for staff? Councilmember Moulton?
I don't really have a question. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It's good to see this. These projects all take so long, but I just really appreciate the tenacity in going after funding. And I know sometimes it's not just one big grant. Often it's like lots of little sources to coordinate and lots of timelines to coordinate. And I just really appreciate, especially as you know, Highland Park in our neighborhood, people feel like was being really ignored. But now I live near there and just watching how many more families and parties and pickleballers are out there every single weekend. It just makes it such a lively and wonderful little part of the neighborhood. And I look forward to heading over to Da Yas when it's open, that you can see the bird from like streets all around peeking up above the fence line. And it is magical and impactful. So it was very cool. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano?
I also just wanted to say thank you. It's been really great seeing the parks flourish over the last 6 years and just seeing your progress and the steadiness of your efforts. So much appreciated.
Councilmember Fernandez?
I think it was touched on in terms of locating and determining where we can get funding. And it looks like the Rotary Club in the past has helped out with that. Are there any other groups right now that are currently helping facilitate the fundraising for any of this stuff?
Definitely. As I mentioned, we recently met with Kiwanis of Henderson Center. Mm-hmm. So we're going to be doing their 75th anniversary project. It will be that hopefully build in a day. But we're working on choosing some equipment right now, working with their budget. There's actually a special program through the landscape structures company. And so it all goes hand in hand. And then they have this program to do the build, and so that we can get it done in a weekend. And so we're always open to meeting with other community groups too. So.
No, that's fantastic to hear. And have we ever partnered with businesses in the past, local businesses, to help with any of the construction?
Definitely.
Around? Okay.
Yeah. And so we're looking to do that. Like I mentioned also the donation from Valley Pacific Petroleum, but when we get into the fundraising portions for like Sequoia Parks, because the funding is very difficult, we're going to be looking to those types of donors, and we'll take materials, we'll take money, and we'll take labor and whatever they've got to bring, to the project. And so
just throw it at us. We'll take it. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're open and we're out there and we're talking to folks and we're getting people's buy-in through our efforts and stuff. So we're excited.
Thank you.
And I know that Sequoia Park is a very beloved park that we have in our community, and we do have a fund set up at Humboldt Area Foundation to accept donations at Humboldt Area Foundation for the different phases of Sequoia Park.
Anything further? Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach.
Yeah, I also just wanted to say thank you. I think, I was born and raised here, and a lot of these parks didn't look so great even when I was a kid. So to see how much has been done with them. The one that's in my neighborhood is Hammond Park, and that change, that the city made, it completely changed how everybody's using that park. The utilization of that is so much higher, and at any given time there's people out in that park of all ages, using it, which is what we hope for. And I love the creativity that's gone into this. It's not just that these parks look nicer, it's that they're really creative and beautiful and interesting looking, and I think that's wonderful. And parks I've talked about this before, it's my passion. I love what you guys are doing, because this is the true zero barrier thing that everyone can have access to in a community. It gives them a beautiful and nice place to be able to gather. And so I think it's wonderful, and I appreciate all your effort and good presentation too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? I too just want to say thank you. Sometimes it feels like it takes forever to get anything done. It really does. And it's just interesting to me how just over this short period of time, seems like things are really coming together, and it's really an awesome thing. So I appreciate the dedication of your work. I know it's been a long time and a lot of work. You betcha. All right, so we will move on now to our public comment period. This is the time for members of the public who wish to be heard on matters that do not appear on the agenda. City Council policy is to limit each speaker to 3 minutes. Actually, I'm going to read a little bit about that in a moment. It'll be 2 minutes this evening. Such time allotment or portion thereof shall not be transferred to other speakers. The public will be allowed to speak concurrently with the calling of an agenda item following the staff presentation of that item. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not take action on an item that does not appear on the agenda. And given the number of topics on the agenda, in the interest of time, so everyone has an opportunity to speak, we will be limiting our time this evening on all public comment to 2 minutes per person. So, if you're here to speak on public comment on a non-agenda item, please come forward. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. I'll try and be quick. I want to comment on 2 topics, public noticing and the Brown Act. When I watched a recent public commission meeting, a commissioner asked, was public notice sent to resident occupants within 300 feet? And I was surprised to learn that the answer is no, because the code does not require it. The county does send notice to resident occupants, and I think resident occupants should receive notice so they can participate in the process. So I would like the the City Council to consider directing staff to start that as soon as possible and considering codifying that as a requirement. On the topic of the Brown Act, I just wanted to say last Thursday I tried to attend the Open Space Commission meeting in person. The meeting started at 6. I wasn't able to arrive till 6:30 because of work, and all of the doors were locked and I wasn't able to get access to the building. So I just wanted to report that to you and to make sure that when there is a public meeting going on, that access remains open so people can attend. Thank you very much for considering my comments.
Thanks for reporting that. Welcome.
Hi, it's Pat. I just would like to know if you have gotten your divestment letters and if you have sent them. They're about CalPERS, or if you have any amendments. And the reason why I'm asking you that is because we don't need to fund bombs anymore. We don't need to fund wars. The military-industrial complex is eating us alive, and we don't have any. We could have health care for people. We could have housing for people. We could have more child care. But instead, we're investing in the military-industrial complex. And yes, bombs make money. Isn't that nice? I don't think it's nice at all. And it's not just because I'm an RN. I'm sure there's a lot of people who feel the same way, that we shouldn't invest in bombs, and we really shouldn't. And another reason for that is because of what Israel is doing right now. We have to divest from anything that has to do with Israel. Israel is not defending themselves. They are empire building. They're still bombing Lebanon. They're bombing Syria. I have a lot to say about what they are doing right now. They're assassinating people. They're killing people. They're assassinating babies and workers. They're destroying hospitals. That's not terrorism. They're not destroying terrorism. They're destroying hospitals. And this is my taxpayer money. Okay, I pay taxes. I don't want my taxes to defend and to fund a genocide. And also, you're supposed to represent Native Americans. Does it ever occur to you that what the Zionists are doing to the Palestinians is exactly what we did to the Native Americans? Please consider this. Please divest from these things. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Thanks for being here. Come on up. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Ken Bates. I'm here as a private individual. I've been here since 1970. I've got a business here in town. I want to make it really clear that I'm not unhappy. This is not a complaint. If anything, I'm poorly informed. Last month, adjacent to our building, which is down alongside the Chevron bulk plant, we had a camp that got established there. The city came in and gently asked the people to remove themselves from that area, which they did. A couple of weeks later, they were back. And a week ago, my wife and I, Linda Hildebrand, were basically anticipating going in and cleaning up the mess. And we were going to do that last Friday. As it turns out, on Thursday, there was a city employee down there with a city truck by himself, cleaning up all the pallets for shopping carts and everything. And in the process, when we were talking to him, he advised us not to get engaged in this kind of cleanup. And he showed me in the garbage he'd picked up 2 boxes. One box was half full and the other box was empty. They were boxes that held hypodermic syringes. There was 250 unused syringes in one box, but the total volume for those boxes was 500 syringes. My concern, and again, this is getting back to me being poorly informed, but my concern is how does any person, end up with 1,000 syringes? And the second thing that I would ask is that the city employee, while he did a great job, had no protective equipment. He just had some white gloves. So thank you for cleaning up the mess, and just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jason Mather, and I'm a small business owner here in town. I own a martial arts school for kids ranging from 4 years of age, and my oldest student being 82 years of age. Since everything started back up after the pandemic, we've had constant encampments in front of my business, with trash, hypodermic needles, unfortunately urination, defecation, and even sperm. And I try to deal with those particular individuals as kind as possible, but it's falling on deaf ears. The city, Eureka Police Department has been great. I mean, I've almost been assaulted several times, which is crazy because of my size, but whatever. And I've had knives brandished at me. And where I'm trying to have a business to develop kids to be leaders in our community, but not what they say, but what they do. Doing the right thing when no one's looking. And I feel like I'm just on a hamster wheel and I'm not getting anywhere with it. This morning when I woke up, my first thought was, I'm gonna go downstairs, get a cup of coffee, put an ice pack on my recently surgical knee that I just had, and I get a phone call and I end up going down with my bad knee and getting 3 50-pound trash bags full of stuff in front of my business. And it's just constant. I mean, they pee in the door crack, they even shove feces through my door lock. And none of my parents and none of my kids are aware of this because we bleach the front end and clean everything, so they're not even aware of it. But I mean, it just sets a bad look, and it's really hard I'm a very small business owner, so I'm hoping that we can get something going because it's a struggle. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for being here. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm speaking on a totally different item. I don't know if any of you have received a notice from AT&T regarding in-person public participation hearings in regards to the California Public Utilities Commission Rulemaking 24-06-012. There are no in-person participation hearings scheduled in Humboldt County. The two closest in-person public participation hearings are Roseville near Sacramento on April 23rd and in Santa Rosa on April 30th. There are 3 remote public participation hearings scheduled. Those dates are April 17, May 4, and May 13. A copy of the notice I received is attached for your information. I have deleted my name and address for my own privacy. I have copies for each of you, and thank you for listening to me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Eddie Pena, and I'm here representing Project Rebound on the Cal Poly campus. And the focus of Project Rebound is to support higher education and the successful reintegration excuse me, of the formerly incarcerated through the mentorship and living example of other formerly incarcerated students, graduates, faculty, and staff. Project Rebound constructs a life-affirming alternative to the revolving door policies of mass incarceration by making higher education more accessible and supportive of formerly incarcerated students so they can acquire the knowledge and skill excuse me, of university education, enhance their capacity for civic engagement and community leadership while securing meaningful and gratifying employment, empowering themselves and their families, and making communities safer. Project Rebound is also involved in Juvenile Hall, where we teach an empowerment course, social skills and emotional regulation for adolescents in the hall. And we're also deeply connected to the bachelor's degree program at Pelican Bay. It's the only bachelor's degree program on a Supermax on a level 4 yard, and we're really proud of that. Deep connections there. But our students have great difficulty with housing in the area. Mm-hmm. And safe, affordable housing for formerly incarcerated students is a real challenge. And there's consistent discrimination, and we end up being pushed out to areas like Lolita and Trinidad when their lives are centered around Cal Poly, which creates social isolation and financial hardships. So I'm here to hopefully develop a partnership with the city of Eureka where we can expand our services to the formerly incarcerated and while the housing needs for our students are considered.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and all your great work. Hello and welcome.
My name is Mark Mattioli, and I see that we always seem to get complaints up here, but I came up here for a compliment. What I see here in the city, the things that we just saw with the parks around the community, fantastic work, and it doesn't just happen. Our staff has to go to work. They have to seek out these opportunities, and they have done that. It's just remarkable. I'm very pleased with what I saw tonight. And I sell real estate in the little town here, and it's you helped me out today. So just want to say thank you. You guys are doing a good job in that regard. You'll see me a little later. I have another point of view, but I thought I'd say that much. Thank you again. Good job, all of you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Del McCain. We live over in the neighborhood of Zane Junior High. We love Eureka. We think it's a very well-managed city. We think the city and the county are really doing their level best to deal with the homeless issue, for which we are compassionate. However, we do have concerns about the Beta Zoo Trail. It sounds
Okay, so that item is going to be coming forward as an agenda item, so you can discuss that at that time.
Okay.
On the Beta Zoo Trail.
All right, I would just like to say, I guess I'd just like to say thank you if that's the situation. When will that be?
That will be in a couple of items. So we have a few things before
That's this
that.
evening?
Yeah, that'll be under
Okay.
ordinances.
I misunderstood. I thought this was the time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hello.
Hello. It's nice to see you all.
Nice to see you.
Of course, my items are not like their items, but I've come here today, one, because it's a sign, but two, because I had a dream last night that I was actually here. And I was talking to you guys about, I was actually encouraging you all, as well as those that are viewing it, about how we can see throughout the world there's a lot of uneasiness. There's a lot of stuff going on that is causing a lot of tension with people and unrest, and it's happening all over the world at this time. And I just want to encourage you all that I don't have to have that same fear, and you don't have to have that fear either. I mean, of course, you know that I live by biblical principles, and the scriptures that I hold on to are what keeps me full of joy and peace during this time of despair that a lot of people are going under. I'm not saying I don't have things that come up that cause despair, but you know, Jesus said in his word that in this world you will have trouble, but be of good cheer, I have overcome it. And so knowing that the trouble is not a surprise, I just know my source that I can go to help me overcome these hard things, these hard times, and walk in peace. And in the midst of the confusion, in the midst of the despair, in the midst of the crimes, in the midst of these issues. And I know every single issue that has been brought here today, I've written them down because I will be praying about these things, because I know that he has an answer to every single one of these issues if we would just ask him to show us his way, because our way is not going to solve it. We're going to continue to have these situations, and they will get worse. I already know this. So I just encourage you all to continue to just seek him, because he has our answers. He has our solutions. I wouldn't be standing here today if he didn't have the solution for my life. Amen.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers that would like to speak in open public comment? Seeing no one, we will move over to Zoom. Ellen?
Hi, City Council. First, I want to say in the agenda, it says we have 3 minutes to speak, so I'm really disappointed that you changed that on the fly. Secondly, I want to say if it looks like a sweep and it feels like a sweep to the people experiencing it, they get to call it a sweep. And you can be indignant about it, but that's their right. It's the right of the people who are experiencing the action to describe it however makes sense to them. But this is not why I called. I called because last week we launched a campaign to urge government employees invested in CalPERS for their retirement to demand that CalPERS divest from genocide. As city officials, we understand that you are all invested in CalPERS, and you should have received an email explaining the urgent need for divestment. As you should now understand, CalPERS is invested in companies that are providing weapons and heavy equipment to the genocidal apartheid state of Israel, making Eureka invested in this as well. I know that you, City Council, care about this because on June 4th of last year, you passed a resolution calling for a mutual ceasefire in Gaza, which was achieved this winter, but unfortunately, Israel has since broken and abandoned this agreement. In the resolution, you advocate for peace and diplomatic solutions and mutual respect for international law. Divestment is a critical component of these elements of the city's resolution and is, in fact, the law of the land. In July 2024, the International Court of Justice found Israel guilty of apartheid against Palestinians and that its military occupation and annexation of Palestinian territory is illegal. This means that all states, local governments, corporations, and institutions must immediately end all forms of complicity with Israel's illegal military settlement and apartheid activities. I would like an assurance from each of you that you have sent your divestment letter to CalPERS. All you have to do is copy, paste, and hit send. We wrote the letter for you. Any state or
Thank you,
local
Ellen. Your 2 minutes are up.
Chandler?
Hi, I would like to speak on the issue of the recovery center that's being
So Chandler, that's an agendized item, and we will be discussing that shortly. So you're welcome to stay on and participate in that conversation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes. We can.
You didn't say my full name. But yeah, I just wanted to just read a quick definition really quick. Eminent domain is the power of the government to take private property for public use following the payment of just compensation. I'm really frustrated with this council for a lot of people stepped up last meeting to suggest like a lot of like really like tangible, wonderful solutions to like the crisis like we're putting a lot of people in this county through like the lack of support. And I just wanted to express utter frustration, agitation, heartbrokenness at y'all enjoying sitting there nodding and smiling and generally, I don't know, oftentimes ignoring things and solutions that are significantly cheaper than like what is being proposed like right now. And I'm glad that the bill got tabled from like 2 weeks ago, but also it's like frustrating to just see that happen, to see y'all like put that on the bill, like on the docket, and then just kind of slide over the fact that it was just like really messed up. Like, I don't know, that you like sat there and like entertained someone talking for 2.5 hours about that. It's just like really frustrating. And it's frustrating to have to like contain all of the like sadness and the rage and agitation that we all have into like polite little 2 to 3 minute like talking things, like talking little pieces like to y'all. And like I hope y'all realize that like we have so little time and there are so many things that can be done. Like it's so simple, like I don't know. It's like there are so many things that can be done to solve the issues we have at hand. And again, like using your powers of eminent domain to like do anything, like I don't know, like.
Thank you.
There are so many.
Your 2 minutes are up.
Ames?
Hey, my name's Amy. I'm a Eureka resident. I'm a resident of Councilmember Fernandez district. I'm alumni of Cal Poly Humboldt as well. As a Eureka community member, I'm deeply concerned and disgusted that our city is funding genocide through its investments. You've been hearing from folks, many of us for over 2 years now about this genocide, yet most of you sitting up there are still like at best apathetic to what's going on and at worst pro-genocide and pro-Israel probably. I am with my fellow community members and calling on all members of the Eureka City Council to send the drafted letter that you should have received this week from multiple people, a letter to CalPERS demanding that they divest fully from genocide. I also second folks in demanding that you conduct a complete review of all the investments that the city of Eureka holds, which may also fund companies that provide this financial support to Israel's genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. It's been over 2 years of this current iteration of Israel's genocide in Gaza. I say current because we all should be fully aware by now that this has been going on for decades and decades, and to remind you all that violence does not exist in a vacuum. CalPERS is invested in companies that are providing the bombs and equipment that the apartheid state of Israel, making the city invested in this violence as well. If you read your emails, you note that CalPERS invests hundreds of millions in companies like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Caterpillar, and much more, all which provide these bombs and this military technology that the occupation forces uses to carry out their genocide against the Palestinian people, bombing hospitals, schools, killing entire families, and murdering thousands and thousands of children. This hasn't stopped happening just because you choose to ignore it. I ask Eureka council members to stand behind your condemnations of U.S. settler colonialism and genocide, to stand behind your performative land acknowledgments by doing something tangible and material in standing against Israel's genocide and apartheid against the Palestinian people, and by demanding CalPERS divest from genocide.
Thank you. So I don't see anybody else. So
I see no one else on Zoom.
Great. So at this time, we will close open public comment and move on to public hearings. This is the appeal of North Coast Substance Abuse Council non-medical care housing facility with Deputy Director Castellano and Assistant Planner Gonzalez. Hello.
Hey, thank you, Madam Mayor. Assistant Planner Gonzalez is going to present to you tonight.
Sweet. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a public hearing on the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval on February 12, 2025 for the conditional use permit of the North Coast Substance Abuse Council non-medical care housing facility at 309 Harris Street. This is a bird's eye view of the city limit, in which the project site is located in the south central portion of the city. Zooming into the site, outlined in red, it's about 0.3 acres in size and is located on the northeast quarter of D and Harris Streets within the Henderson Center zoning district, and it has a land use designation of neighborhood commercial. The site has 3 existing structures in which the applicant intends to use 309 Harris, which is a 2-story, 2,631 square foot building fronting Harris Street as a residence. 319 Harris Street, which is a 588 square foot cottage-like building located at the rear of the site as an office for staff as well as for individual counseling sessions. And then 325 Harris Street, which is a 616 modernist style commercial building fronting Harris Street as an office for group therapy services. The site has 9 existing off-street parking spaces, existing landscaping, and then a one-way drive aisle shown by the yellow arrows, which is accessible from Harris Street. Here's a street view of the project site from Harris Street. According to the applicant, the proposed use will function as a state licensed residential facility providing non-medical, social, and personal care with a focus on offering housing and behavioral health to support up to 12 people. No detox services will be provided on site. Background checks and drug tests are required before being admitted, and no arsonists or sex offenders will be allowed into the program. There will be a 24/7 live-in manager, pre-approval before going anywhere off-site. Quiet hours will be enforced from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Visitation will be limited to 4-hour blocks on Saturday and Sunday, and then services provided on site are not open to the public. Correct. Quiet hours 5 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys.
That makes more sense. Thank you.
There are federal and state fair housing laws that protect people with disabilities from housing discrimination, and recovering alcoholics and drug addicts are considered disabled for purposes of anti-discrimination laws. More specifically, Health and Safety Code Section 11834.23 states that a permit or clearance is not required for an alcohol or other drug recovery treatment facility that serves 6 or fewer persons. That is usually not required for a single family residence in the same zone, and therefore under this provision, the city cannot require any permits, including a business license for small non-medical care housing facilities, and in our case, small facilities serve 6 or fewer people. However, because the proposed use may serve up to 12 people at a time, the city can require a use permit because it's considered a large facility. And in the zoning code, large facilities are described as serving 7 or more people. And in the Henderson Center zoning district, large non-medical care housing facilities require a conditional use permit. On February 12th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and found the project consistent with 5 required findings under Eureka Municipal Code Section 155.412.120, with the addition of 3 new conditions of approval, which I will share in a few slides. The findings of approval for a conditional use permit require that the proposed use is consistent with the general plan, zoning code, and any applicable specific plan or area plan adopted by the City Council. The site must be suitable for the size, design, and operating characteristics of the proposed use. The proposed use must be compatible with existing and planned land uses in the vicinity of the property, and it must not be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare, as well as be properly located within the city and adequately served by existing or planned services and infrastructure. There was a 10-day appeal period in which the Planning Commission approval received 1 appeal from 5 constituents, 4 of which have standing to appeal. The filed appeal also included a petition with 75 signatures and 2 letters, one from the principal of the St. Bernard's Academy and one from the owner of the Schaefer's Ace hardware store. Only individuals who spoke at or submitted a comment at or before the Planning Commission hearing have standing to appeal. So in summary, the appellant's concerns include the city's use of the California Environmental Quality Act Class 1 existing facilities categorical exemption, the project's inconsistency with the land use designation, the facility's compatibility with nearby businesses, the allowance of unsupervised outings of residents at the facility, and the efficacy of the treatment services provided on site. Many of the appellant's concerns were discussed during the Planning Commission hearing. An analysis addressing these concerns is included in your agenda summary. The use permit approval was subject to 7 conditions to ensure compliance with zoning regulations, historic preservation standards, and public safety concerns. Of these 7 conditions, 3 were added by the Planning Commission at the public hearing to address concerns expressed at the meeting. The conditions added by Planning Commission include requiring that the applicant submit a 1-year progress report for review at a public hearing to assess compliance and address community concerns. They require that the proposed use operates strictly as a level 4 treatment facility, despite intending to limit it to the least intensive option, which is actually level 3.1, and staff is recommending a modification of this condition. And they also added the required limitations to alterations to the building fenestration to only what is necessary to comply with the building code requirement. This condition clarifies the intent is not to hinder repair, maintenance, and adaptive reuse of the property, but to retain and preserve, where feasible, historic building materials and features that are important to the property's historical character and integrity in order to avoid substantial adverse change in the significance of a historic resource, and therefore no exception to the Class 1 existing facilities CEQA exemption apply. Staff also recommended the following conditions prior to the Planning Commission hearing that they approved as follows, which is to require the applicant to obtain building and fire permits and clearances prior to operating. The applicant proposes to frost the windows on the small commercial building fronting Harris Street, so they are limited to only frosting the lower windows and not the upper windows to help promote a pedestrian-friendly environment. They're also encouraged to add a mural or some engaging design to add to a pedestrian-friendly environment as well. The applicant is also required to upgrade non-conforming site features, including outdoor lighting, parking lot striping, landscaping, and signage as part of the use permit process. And then all ground disturbing activity is held to the city's standard inadvertent discovery protocol. If the use permit were to be approved and later found to be problematic for the community, the city does have a permit revocation process as described under EMC 428080 that would allow the Planning Commission to revoke the permit after another notice public hearing. The section allows for a permit to be revoked for several reasons, including the applicant or owner has altered the circumstances under which the permit was granted to a degree that one or more of the findings required to grant the original permit can no longer be made. Permit issuance was based on misrepresentation by the applicant, either through the omission or embellishment of a material statement in the application or in public hearing testimony. One or more conditions of approval or mitigation measures have been violated or have not been complied with or fulfilled. The applicant or property owner has failed or refused to allow inspections for compliance. Improvements authorized by the permit are in violation of the zoning code or any law, ordinance, regulation, or statute, and whether the use or structure is being operated or maintained in a manner that constitutes a nuisance. So today, the City Council is charged with reviewing the action taken by the Planning Commission, and upon the conclusion of the public hearing on the use permit appeal, the City Council may sustain, modify, or overrule the decision of the Planning Commission. Staff believe, as condition, all required findings to approve the CUP can be made and are included in your agenda, as well as the Planning Commission staff report included in attachment 3 of that. And for these reasons, the recommendation is to hold a public hearing. This is a long one. And adopt a resolution finding the project is exempt from CEQA and sustaining the Planning Commission's conditional approval of the North Coast Substance Abuse Council non-medical care housing facility conditional use permit at 309 Harris Street with the modification of Condition B to limit the level of service to a California Department of Health Care Services 3.1 residential level recovery home. Myself and the applicant Wesley Harrison are available if you have any questions, and I have a suggested motion when you're ready, but I'll stop screen sharing until then. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Councilmember Castellano?
Sure, I'll start with a couple, then I might have a couple more. Could you say a little bit more about the difference between level 4 versus level 3.1?
Yeah, level 4 is described more like a hospital setting, so they're actively detoxing there, they actively have staff there, whereas 3.1 is more focused on behavioral health and interpersonal skills, and there's no active detoxing at the site. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think this is a question for the applicant to talk a little bit more about their management approach and the safety protocol that they have in place. Is the applicant? Oh, great. Thank you so much. Dr. Katie.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Wes Harrison. I'm the Executive Director of Crossroads North Coast Substance Abuse Council. I have been working there for 11 years and have been the successful manager of that site for that period of time. Crossroads management approach is to have constant surveillance and supervision of our clientele. We operate from state protocol. So there is a set of laws and regulations that are required of our facility in order to operate and maintain our licensure. That means we have to have licensed and credentialed staff that are done through CAADE and CCAPPE. These are all agencies that credential substance use counselors, as well as the BBS to credential our therapists and our LCSWs. We have registered nurses, we have doctors, and we have live-in staff that are there 24 hours a day. We have security cameras. These processes of managing the individuals from referral throughout their process at our facility is one of evaluation, assessment, supervision, monitoring, and behavioral health compliance. So these individuals come into Crossroads after being assessed and background checked and seen fit for our service at our location, are entered into treatment and are in a group setting where group accountability is our highest priority. So they come in, they're drug tested through a laboratory 3 times a week. They are to remain on our site except for when staff has approved an outing or a pass. Most passes are in regards to social services, doctor visits, things like that. They also can get off a blackout once they have maintained good behavior throughout a period of time through the first 21 days. And then after that, they can take community passes as long as they sign out, get pass approval, come back on their designated time, get drug tested, and continue to comply with our strict and stringent set of rules, right? This is not a unmanaged sober living establishment, and it's not a high-end, very, very intense detox center where people are very unwell. This is right in the middle where individuals are actively sober. They arrive sober at our facility. Our job at our facility is to help individuals who have achieved sobriety and are in remission is to help them maintain that sobriety in a supervised, structured setting. We've been operating in our community since 1975 out of the same location in a Victorian building that we have restored, managed, and maintained. And we have done well in that location. The one thing that has come to our table time and time again is, when will you expand? We need more beds in our community. And we have been working for the last 4 years to find a suitable site, and through our practices have remained successful enough to continue to remain licensed for all of those years. We're going to be celebrating our 50th year in this community, serving our community, helping people get clean and sober, stay clean and sober, and be successful. And that is a big accomplishment. I can't tell you how hard you have to work to remain in this industry at the same location for 50 years. Most people in this room have just barely heard about us. Now, some people might say, well, what does that mean? I say to you that if my program was a nuisance, our name would be all over the news. It'd be constant states of discussion. There'd be constant nuisance calls. But here we are, standing here, and for most people, this is their first introduction to me at Crossroads. We operate in Myrtle Town. Most of you drive by it every day. And if you didn't know who we were, you would drive right by it, and you would never know, because there aren't people hanging out in front. There aren't people doing drugs at our site. There aren't needles littering our site. It is a well-managed, well-maintained facility that is audited yearly. Currently, right now, I'm in my audit with Partnership Health Plan, and next year I'll be audited by the state, where they come out and spend 2 days at my facility, going through my entire facility, questioning my clients, and going through all of my files to make sure that I am doing things per state standard.
One more question, and you don't have to.
Oh, excuse me, friends. I can appreciate that you're happy and that you want to clap, but in order for everyone to feel safe in the meeting, I would really request that we limit our clapping. You can make hand gestures, that type of thing, but we would really rather you don't do any clapping or booing or yelling or any of those kinds of things. It's just a matter of decorum. I appreciate that. Councilmember Castellano, continue.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just one more question for now. Can you give an example of a success story of like what it looks like for someone to come through your program and kind of are they reintegrated to the community? What does it look like?
So just recently, within this last year, I got to attend a nursing board hearing. Now, for anyone who doesn't know what a nursing board hearing is, it's usually a punitive measure that's set in place for individuals that are in the nursing field that have lost their licensure due to drug use or drinking and poor behaviors. I got to attend that hearing to be able to speak on the behalf of a nurse that was able to, after 2 years of maintaining sobriety, going through our program, getting her job back, and getting successfully reintegrated and reestablished with her nursing license. These are the kind of success stories that happen. People come in and they're at a point in their time where their families have cut them off, their children are in the system, they've lost everything, and all they've managed to do so far is to stop using. And if they're willing to do just that much, we at our agency will take care of everything else. We provide the shelter, the support, the food, the transportation, the case management, the therapy, the counseling, the referrals to community agencies, and then the continued support after graduation to make sure that you stay sober, because that is what we participate in. That is the product that we provide to this community, sobriety and success. But we are also huge proponents of accountability for those individuals that don't maintain those strict set of standards that we put on. We make sure that accountability is in place, so that way our space remains safe and the services that we offer continue to be of quality.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton?
Councilmember Castellano covered my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you know I have a litany of questions here, but let me know if I need to take a break this time.
Will do.
Okay. For staff, can you tell me how many of these types of facilities we have in our community? If you don't know an exact number, a ballpark maybe?
I was going to say, it's pretty hard to look up. Generally, they're in a residential setting. They didn't need a permit before. I didn't even find permits for the Myrtle Avenue sites. So I tried searching. I couldn't find any. You know, the term medical care housing, I think, is fairly new. So.
Okay.
I can answer that question. There are exactly 3.1 residential level of care facilities. That's Humboldt Recovery Center, Waterfront Recovery, and us, North Coast Substance Abuse Council, which, by the way, existed prior to these kind of permits being required at our locations, which means they were grandfathered in.
Okay. And then following this with staff, I understand the recommendation is for approval. And so I want to better understand the parameters of this variance, because it sounded like if this were 6 or less, we likely wouldn't even be having this conversation. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, but the fact is that they want 7 up to 12, I believe it is, and so that's why we're here, because they're asking for that, not extension, but that
Higher,
that variance.
higher
Yeah, that
occupancy.
higher number, that higher occupancy rate.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so, can you explain? I'm sorry, I forgot. Wesley. Can I just call you Wesley then?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain then what's the difference between having, say, 6 or 12 in this scenario? Is it more than economics, or is it purely economical at this point?
It is both. It's economic and need. I currently operate 5 female beds over at 1205 Myrtle Avenue, and my wait list is probably a mile long. There are individuals that have been waiting on my wait list for well over 90 days. There are individuals that are literally desperately calling every day, hoping that somebody got discharged in order to be moved up on the list. The need far outweighs the need far outweighs what resources we have available, and there is a form of economics. Operating 6 beds at the funded rate that they are would only fund about 2 staff members, which would cut the supervision in half. It would also cut the beautification and project dollars that we have set aside for this project. Things like being able to restore the building to its beautiful nature. Those things get set aside because we can only afford to bring the building up to code. And our goal with this building is to not only acquire it and fix it, but to restore it to its magnificent Victorian era appearance. Because if anyone's seen the building currently, it's in a state of decay. It's been on the market for over a year and nobody made an offer. We were the first offer on this building, and we would like to be the ones to come in and participate and contribute to the neighborhood's beauty. And it's something we do already at our location, and we would love the opportunity to do that. And 12 beds is significant. And there's also a third reason. I don't know if anyone's heard about Prop 1. Prop 1 was passed and grant dollars were set aside. And we applied for grant dollars from that project for the specific number of 12 beds. So if we were to lose that 12 bed capacity, we actually disqualify ourselves from being eligible. And I don't know if anyone knows, but I believe Humboldt County only has about 2 applications in for Prop 1. One is the county DHHS for the moving of sempervirens, and then our project for $500,000. I just wanted to let everyone know that there's only $56 million up for grabs for the lesser California counties. That is 22 counties fighting over 56 million, and the Department of Health and Human Services applied for 48 million of those dollars. I think it's safe to say that we won't be moving sempervirens anytime soon on Prop 1 dollars. But my $500,000 request has a real chance of being awarded. But if we lose that designation of 12 beds, not only does it cut the amount of people I can help in half, the staff in half, the dollars in half, but it actually disqualifies the only other potential qualifier for Prop 1 dollars in our county.
Okay. And thank you for that expanded explanation. I hadn't considered Prop 1 in this scenario. You did touch on a point about having a list a mile long, particularly for women. And from my understanding, this is supposed to be a facility that's used exclusively for women in this setting, correct?
That is correct. There was a lot of assumptions in the beginning of this project about which gender was going to be served at this site. They were all very certain that it was going to be a men's facility. My current men's facility is at 1205 Myrtle Avenue. In discussion with our hopefully future neighbors, they expressed a lot of concerns about the population of men, fearing intimidating men being in their neighborhood. In particular, the jewelry store owner next door, the woman that lives behind the fence and her PTSD, and the vacation rental next door. They were all very concerned about the population being served. We as a board heard their concerns, and it helped us decide, because as I remind everyone, we are at the very beginning of this project, I've literally only owned this building for 2 weeks, and this is already my second public hearing. And so project development was really aided by their concerns and their feedback, and it really helped us signify the fact that this will be at 309 Harris, our women's project. It will be for women and pregnant women. That's the goal of the 309. Currently, I already have a men's facility. That's where we're going to keep our men, where they're already established and non-problematic. We don't see a need to move men from their current situation over at Harris Street. We think it's a wonderful opportunity to move the women over there, because we understand that Dr. Stokes Women's Health Center is being built across the street. We know that Healthy Moms is 2 blocks away, which is an outpatient substance use treatment center that serves perinatal mothers. We know that we're right down the road from a domestic violence women's shelter, and it's a safe place for them to be. And when people ask, hey, what is that program that's right next to you? There's a lot less stigma involved when you say, oh, it's a women's program. And I think that's an easier sell and less concerning for individuals living in the neighborhood. And I hope that they hear that and they go, maybe it's not going to be as bad as we fear.
Okay, and I think this might go to City Attorney. This is not something that we could have as a condition for approval, correct, because of the protected class?
That's correct. I would not recommend that the council make that a condition of this use permit. However, of course, the applicant is, free to work within his parameters to make it a women's facility if that's what his organization chooses. But I would not recommend making protected class status a condition of this use permit.
Okay. And then just to go back to something that Councilmember Castellano had asked about type 4 facilities. This is 3.1, and even within that designation, or at least the type 3, there's different classifications for that. And so how does this differ 3.1 from, say, 3.5 or even 3.3?
So it's very important to lock us into 3.1. For one, we as an agency do not want this site to go anything above 3.1, right? 3.1 is low intensity, medically managed residential care, right? That is what our model is. That is what 1205 Myrtle is. That is the system of care that we have in place. That is the credentialing we have. We are licensed to that level of care. We can't step above that level of care without licensing and credentialing. So that is a whole task that would have to go under in order to provide those services. And you don't want to mix those two services. So 3.5, so 3.3 is going away. 3.5 is like a very intense setting of residential, right? So that's more of an inpatient facility where people actually are committed to a place. They're more locked in. 3.7 is medically managed detox, so it's like a hospital setting. So when we say that we're 3.1, that means that we are the lowest intensity of residential, right? And that's what we're comfortable with. That's what we're good at. I have no desire to step into the higher intensity population that is served at 3.5. I'm barely ready enough to expand beds right now, so I don't think I want to step into deeper waters.
Okay, and then I do have more questions about the program, but for sake of brevity, I think I'll ask more about the area. And so there was a mention of quiet hours, and what exactly are those quiet hours? What goes with that? How are they defined?
So quiet hours is when our daytime function ends. So that's when the group room is closed down, and that's when the staff offices are closed down. And then the residents are living within the residential unit. So that's when they cook their dinner and they put on their evening movie and they do their homework and their curriculum together. And then with our live-in staff, our live-in residential advisor, they all do their chores for the evening. They all go to bed. A body count is done, and then they basically sleep all night. So if there is a local AA or NA meeting in that area, we will establish protocols for them to be able to attend. If there is an evening, because currently right now we're at our current location, there is a Salvation Army meeting that happens every other day at 7 p.m. And our clients after dinner go as a group. They walk 2 blocks down the road to the AA-NA meeting. They attend that, and then they come back.
And that walk even there is under some supervision, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If anybody doesn't return on time, there are consequences, and people can be removed if they don't return. There's a packet this thick of the rules that our patients have to abide by. We don't immediately boot everyone out if they break a rule, but there's always a case-by-case situation where we look and we say, what happened? Why didn't you return on time? Well, actually, I fell down and I skinned my knee and then the group left me. Well, then we check and then we and then we interrogate and then we figure it out. But most of the time, these things happen without a hitch because they're a cherished privilege by our population, and they want to keep these things. And as a group, there's kind of this level of group accountability osmosis that happens, that where 90% of the population really, really doesn't want to mess up and they're really doing the right thing. So the one individual that maybe doesn't have the best of intentions immediately gets weeded out. And they make sure to come back and go, hey, this person is planning on leaving tonight. And they let us know and they communicate very quickly and very honestly with us.
Okay. And my last piece, at least for the moment, given that it was explained that this facility isn't open to the public, what are the plans then for parking? Because my understanding is that people have been using that for almost 2 decades now, just going into their park, maybe run into the FedEx Center there. So what's the plan for that at this point?
Well, obviously, it will no longer be a public parking space for Henderson Center. It also will be rarely used for any patients. Our clientele don't come with cars. If they already have vehicles, they're asked to leave their vehicles at home. Staff will utilize it during the day. Clonies will utilize it to deliver meds, and social workers will utilize it to park their county cars. But other than that, it will be closed to the public. And if I have to place a gate on it, I will. But I honestly don't foresee myself being any kind of a stickler of somebody parking in our parking lot and running across the street and using it. We are a confidential program. It's really about the people interaction that we worry about. So that's really our highest priority. And so those kind of things we have to figure out if that space was utilized as public parking space, but that's not our intention, is to have public parking on the private lot.
But you may be open then to gating that if necessary.
If necessary, if we have to discuss it.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach.
Hi. Yeah, I have just a couple of questions. I'm wondering how long is their intended stay at the facility?
So we do 30-day episodes. That's what everything is assessed by and billed by. Every patient is eligible for up to 4 total episodes, which means 120 days, which means 4 months. On average, most people utilize the maximum of 4 months to fully maximize the support and continued success. But people can graduate in 30 days if they are quickly successful and create an exit plan and hit their goals. When it comes to the perinatal option, that means women who are close to birthing, we may be working on extended stay for those particular cases. So that way we can help support a mother who is ready to have her baby, and once she has her child, can continue to be in our care for a period of up to 3 months after. That's the goal. So that's the perinatal function that I was talking about earlier. It's not the entire focus of the program, but the truth is our county currently doesn't have any inpatient perinatal services. So we kind of hit a wall when a mother is pregnant and they go, I need residential care. And we go, well, I can take it up until birth. And that is always a panic mode because our staff is waiting very closely for a parent or for a soon-to-be mom to go into labor. We get them to the hospital and we go, okay, now let's hope all of our plans are in place, because we have to scramble and make sure we have housing and care all set up, that we would like to be able to look at longer stays for women who are having children.
So I had a couple other questions, but that just actually, I'd like to follow up with something with that particular topic. How often do you think, how often is that kind of need? I used to be a foster parent, so I've fostered children coming in from that direction. And I'm curious, I haven't been doing it for 6 years. How high is that need, would you say, if you were estimating how many people are needing that perinatal support?
I think the need is much higher than any of us will ever know, because the individuals that are needing this service are failing to search out any other form of care for fear of prosecution or fear of having their children taken. So we really are trying to enter that intervention stage to be a source of care prior to someone losing their child or being locked into child welfare cases, and being a safe place for mothers to be able to access care that doesn't lead to the termination of their parental status or the removal of the child upon birth. We'd like to be able to have that opportunity to get mom clean before child is born. But I believe that need is so much more than reported simply because mothers fear reaching out or disclosing that type of problem or accessing levels of care when they're pregnant and addicted to drugs.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to ask a couple other questions, and I appreciate you sharing that. So I went by and looked at the property and stuff, and went ahead and walked it. You're right, the building is pretty dilapidated looking on the outside, as you know, often that happens to wooden structures here locally, those older Victorians. What I'm wondering is, when would you be trying to open, and is that contingent on interior and exterior remodels? Like, is it ready now, or is it something that you really need to push out, and kind of what that timeline looks like for you?
Oh, absolutely. So currently right now, it is resident occupied, tenant occupied. So we are currently working with the tenants that are there locally, giving the FedEx building about 6 months to try to find an alternative location to operate her business. And we are paying the move out cost of the current tenants that are there. I gave them until July is the target. I really wanted the residential housing to be empty. I think we're going to hit that target, which means I'll be able to start work on 309 and 319, the bungalow in the back. I think we'll be able to start working on it by July. But this process is a long process. The target date between opening and actually serving people is probably January of 2027, if we're being realistic. Of course, the appeal kind of set us back a little bit by 2 months, but that's not a problem on our end. But this building takes a lot of work, and it's going to take a lot of money to get in there to really, really fix this structure and bring it back to where it needs to be, because it's got to be perfect before we put anyone in there. The paint jobs, the gutters, the cracked windows, the foundation, the wiring. I mean, there's literally over $200,000 worth of needed work that needs to be done on it just to be there. And then on top of it, there's licensing and certification, and that process can take anywhere from up to 6 months. So I think if everything were to go absolutely smoothly, I would hope for a July of 2026, but I'm a realistic person. So I think January of 2027 is a much more realistic idea of when we'll be opening our doors and putting our first lady over there.
I thank you for clarifying that, because I was gonna, I thought, I hope he was misspeaking, but no, I understand the timeline. So thank you for clarifying that. And that was my last question.
Thank you. Councilmember Bauer?
First, Wesley, I just want to say thank you for pointing out that there's other facilities that I never knew about. I take that as a good sign. You know, you don't even know they're there. Yeah. So I appreciate that. My question is probably for staff, and whichever one of you wants to take this. The use of a Class 1 exemption under CEQA. I mean, we don't really have these come before us very often, only because there's 12 participants in this project. What if this has ever happened before? Have they not used an exemption, like an M&D or something, right?
Yeah, I can take this. I don't know of this happening before, but I do know the Class 1 exemption existing facilities involves negligible expansion of use. It's already served as a commercial and residential property for a really long time. And because only minor modifications would be made to meet building code requirements, we thought that there would be no exceptions to the exemption. So.
Okay, I just wanted some clarity on that. Thank you. And then the second question, regarding the neighborhood commercial land use designation, the inconsistency of it that was brought up by the appellates. Is it not compatible? I mean, to me, it seems like it's a fit, but I'm wondering how people could think it's not.
Yeah, so in the Planning Commission staff report, we do go into analysis about the neighborhood commercial land use designation and the Henderson Center zoning district, which are mixed use districts, so they are not strictly commercial. And in the Henderson Center zoning district, residences, multifamily residences, personal services, offices are all principally permitted. So we did make the finding in the Planning Commission report that the new residential treatment use was a residential use, and then the treatment part is, and the offices, the treatment part is a personal service, right? Like you get your nails done. or a salon, and then an office use, right? So it all fit in with the allowed uses. And then we also made a finding that the location being on the edge of Henderson Center kind of worked as a nice transition area between the core of Henderson Center and the low residential neighborhood adjacent to it.
Thank you.
I could speak on to specifically why this site was decided upon when we looked at it, aside from its physical aspects of having a residential plus a commercial plus an office space in the back. It's 2 blocks from Sempervirens, a residential inpatient mental health facility. It's 2 blocks from Healthy Moms. It's 2 blocks from Humboldt County Programs for Recovery and Outpatient Substance Use Treatment. It's 2 blocks away from Dual Diagnosis Recovery, which is a dual diagnosis outpatient recovery program. And it's right across the street from the future Dr. Stokes Women's Health facility. And I said it in the Planning Commission. I said, I looked at it and I saw a behavioral health district. And I thought, this is where I will park it, right in this little nook. And I understand that a lot of people view Henderson Center differently, through different lens. Because I'm a service provider and I utilize a lot of those services over there and work with them, that's what I knew that area to be. And what I will say is I do feel that my program fits in that neighborhood. And when the building has been repaired and beautified and is running wonderfully, and there's ladies out there gardening and having children visits on the weekend, I think people will understand it to be absolutely at home where it is.
Okay. If there are no further questions, we'll open. Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. Sorry, give me a moment here. Could you go back a moment and talk about these potential clients and how they find their way to your facility? It doesn't sound like it's court ordered. Is that the case? How do they come through this?
So we're in a no wrong door model, right? Which means we participate in the DMC ODS regional model of the wellness benefit that is overseen through Partnership Healthcare, which means their referral systems are the way most people get referred to us. But we're referred from St. Joseph, Mad River, any primary care doctor, self-referred. We have a national website that people contact us through. We've been contacted from pretty far away from people who have loved ones in Humboldt County. You could walk to our facility, knock on the door, and be directed to the person to talk to get you in. Any one of you could refer a family member at any time. All you got to do is text my 24-hour, always-on intake line and get a hold of me. Pretty much anybody can refer anybody to Crossroads.
Okay. And so I think you touched on a point too that I wanted to ask is that, of the population that usually comes through, how many are typically local or how many are referred from outside of the area or outside of the county for that matter?
Right now I'm running at about a 75% local and 25% out of the county. We get quite a few people that come in over from Redding and Shasta area. Then that died down, and then we were getting some Ukiah residents that were coming down that weren't able to receive services in their area. As of recently, we've been really working hard on creating the Del Norte to Humboldt pathway, simply because Del Norte is not included in the regional model. So they are lacking of services up there. So any way we can find to be able to help our neighbors to the north, we find a way to do that. I will tell you that if there is a barrier to accessing treatment, we work our hardest to eliminate it in whatever creative ways we can, because what we want to do is produce a sober community, a safer and healthier community. That's our goal. What I will say to the community behind me is we all know that substance use is a problem. It's the one thing we can agree on here today, no matter which side you're sitting on today. And if we can agree that it's a problem, what I will say is this. I'm not asking you to donate money to our agency for us to do what we do. I'm not asking you to open your doors to the people we serve. I'm not asking you to do the work that is going to be needed to help this issue. But what I am asking is that you allow us to use our money that we have scrimped and saved over the last 4 years to do this project. I'm asking you that you let us open our doors to these people And I'm asking that you let us do the work that we've been doing in this community for the last 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question. So, anybody else? So I just have one clarifying question, because I've heard a lot from several people in the public that I heard you say that your referrals were from St. Joseph's, medical providers, Mad River. Are you people referred to you from the jail on probation, on parole?
We do get individuals that are released from jail, yes. Yeah, I can't discriminate based upon someone's probationary status. Sure. A lot of people will try to classify the population we serve as criminal. Whether we disagree on it or not, drug use is still a crime. And until it's not a crime, I will always be serving criminals, no matter what their probationary status is.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Fernandez.
Sorry, but with that being brought up, it did provoke one other thought, and that's you named the other facilities that we have here in the city of Eureka, and so I'm curious, and this might be a bit of a long shot in getting a response, and so I'm sorry that I didn't give this question to staff earlier, but when we're looking at where these different facilities are located in the city, are the emergency calls any different?
And the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but he did look at calls for service at the existing facility on Myrtle and did not have any calls for service. I don't remember the range. Chief, you got it? They're asking what the calls for service are. For.
Is there a disproportionate number of calls?
Good evening, Council. We ran the stats for the 1205 Myrtle Avenue Crossroads location. And for the 2024, they had 9 calls for service. 3 were medical aids, 2 were missing persons reports concerning the same person, 1 found animal, 1 abscondent resident, and then 2 verbal arguments. Generally, they only produce 2 to 3 case numbers a year since 2020, and about 11 calls for service on average from 2020. There's more calls for service that happen at City Hall than do at these residential sites. Not trying to be funny, but try to put it in perspective that they're not a problem with the police, and they're very well managed, and we don't have the stats to show that there's any increase in any type of criminal activity associated with these locations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano?
Just a quick question, because this dovetails with some of our discussion at our last meeting. Once people have completed your services, do you help them find housing, or what? Yeah, what?
Absolutely. So obviously the biggest goal is to not return somebody to the streets. Success always looks the same when it comes to graduating Crossroads, which means you are at home where you are supposed to be. And if home is somewhere new or somewhere in a group, then that's what we make happen. I'm certain a lot of people know a lot about sober living environments. We have a strong network with all sober living environments, which are clean and sober houses. That is a common resource, but I don't know if anyone has been made aware of a recent expansion of the wellness benefit, which is called Community Supports, where New Life Discovery Program has purchased 2 hotels, and they now offer 6 months to 9 months of paid housing at those hotels post-treatment. So people, once they graduate our program, are placed in these programs. So they are successfully placed in housing programs that continue to case manage people into permanent housing. So it's not an issue of when they graduate, do we just open our doors and go, now figure it out? We absolutely work tirelessly. That's what our case management at our facility does, is a full-on holistic wraparound service. We're not just doing substance use disorder treatment. We're doing housing searches, job searches. People can get jobs while at Crossroads. Individuals that stay up to 4 months can actually get part-time work at their 60th day. So on their 60th day, they actually start looking for work, finding a part-time job, saving that money so that way they have a down payment on a place for when they move out, and they actually are able to rejoin the workforce, come back to our supported environment, meet with our counselors, and also inspire the new people that are coming in of what the correct pathway is to return to society. So yes, we do have housing resources that are fully accessible. And if an individual doesn't successfully graduate and then they are discharged, they are transported to other services. And most of the time, those services are, again, sober living houses. So they are taken from our facility to a sober living facility.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. And we will now open the public hearing. So if you are here to speak on this item, please line up on either side and we will have you come up one at a time. And we'll start with you.
Good
Welcome
evening.
again.
I work in the Clark complex and I walk by the property quite frequently. And one of the first things that came to my mind is, where are people going to smoke? It is very prevalent with these kinds of services that there's a lot of smoking going on. I experience asthma, so I just want to know, am I going to have to take a different route? I didn't see any areas in the outdoor portion of the project designated for the residents to hang out and smoke. So that's my personal interest in the design of the project. I was also pleased to hear that the applicant is continuing to refine the project design based on the community input that he's receiving. And so perhaps maybe a little more time is needed for interaction between the community and the applicant to come up with additional design proposals and features to make it that much more compatible, that much more of a fit for this location. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Danette. I'm definitely an addict. There you go. So I just want to say, like, I've been in this area for about 9 years, and one of the first people I met here was Wes, and got introduced to Crossroads. And I started doing assessments with women in this community, and one of the first things that I noticed was a lot of generational trauma and a lot of need for women for specialized services, therapy, and services for people that have been raped and had abuse issues and human trafficking and all that. So I'm really excited that this program will have specialized services for women. I don't know, like I've for years, there's been one program in this area that women can get into that have children. But you can't get into that program unless you've completed a 1-year program with your children.
Please address the council.
And that's in Blue Lake. So I'm like, I have goosebumps thinking about all these women that have not had the ability to get the help that they need, and to get the support that they need. And to get the ability to return to their families at some point with coping skills to be able to deal with generational trauma. So thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, council members, and a special hello to our mayor. I'm Jean Scheffler. I live straight up the street from Henderson Center. I want to make it clear that I have no problem with people going into recovery. I have sympathy for people who struggle with drug abuse and need help. The problem here is the location. The location of a substance abuse residential recovery program. I've heard the term NIMBY, not in my backyard, tossed around, and I will say, I guess I'm a NIMBY. I think any homeowner would worry about trying to sell his or her home if a recovery house was next door. At this time, I oppose a conditional use permit for this type of residential treatment program. One condition that should really be met is this program compatible with Henderson Center and the surrounding neighborhoods? No, it's not. Henderson Center has a friendly business and family-like atmosphere. Let's support the businesses and residents and find a different location for the drug recovery program. One small business that should definitely be supported and get special attention is Savari Jewelry Shop on the corner of D and Harris. The woman who owns this jewelry store is here tonight. She's worked hard and over time with diligence and skill built a successful jewelry business. She sells, repairs jewelry, does custom work, and is one of the very few jewelers left in Eureka. She saved her money, finally got to buy a property last year on Harris near Henderson Center, only to find out the city is moving ahead with a drug abuse recovery house and program located right next to her shop. 12 men or women, we heard it was men, will be living in the poorly conditioned house next to her. They can stay 30 to 90 days, but the goal is to cycle at least 144 men or women through the house and program by the end of a year. Imagine what she's thinking about that. Will she be safe? Where will they go? Will there be parking for her
Thank you,
customers?
Jean.
Thank you.
Let's see, come on up. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Melissa, here as a community member. But I do work in drug treatment, and some things that came up for me as Wes was speaking that I just wanted to let you all know as someone that works in the field is that right now, well, pretty much since I've been working here for the last 2 years, if someone is in need of inpatient treatment, it is pretty much impossible to get them into an inpatient program within the time that they're willing to go to inpatient treatment because someone can change their mind so quickly. And right now, especially, we've been sending people to Ukiah because there is nowhere here. And also that program that he talked about, New Life Recovery Center, which is a fantastic program. In order to be eligible to go there, you need to have graduated from a treatment program of some kind or be actively engaged in treatment. So all of those amazing beds that we have that are available for people who are in need of housing, they don't qualify for it unless they've graduated from somewhere like Wes's program or are already enrolled in some sort of program, which there are not a lot of options here. And there was a third thing I was going to say that I can't remember, but I guess that's it. Oh, and in regards to
Please address
the
the
general public, yeah, that is concerned about having oh, that's what it was, the third thing. Okay, so it's interesting to me that in the beginning, when I first got here, there was all this talk about, well, why is this happening in our community and what can we do about it? And now we're talking about what can be done about it, but there's just as much concern. So I understand that it's both sides, but this is a solution that we're looking at, and I think it could be a really, really big benefit to our community. That's all.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jan Bramlett, and as president of the Child Abuse Prevention Coordinating Council of Humboldt County, I'm here tonight to support the perinatal SUD treatment facility being proposed by the North Coast Substance Abuse Council, also known as Crossroads. Neonatal abstinence syndrome, NAS, is a condition that affects newborns who are exposed to addictive substances through the placenta during pregnancy. The effects of NAS and fetal alcohol syndrome, FAS, on a newborn can constrain a child's physical and intellectual capacity throughout their life and impact our community across generations. According to a recent report, the NAS rate in Humboldt County was 14.8% compared to 2.6% in California overall. The rate of substance use abuse at delivery in Humboldt is 8.1 compared to 1.7%. But let's look at alcoholism and addiction in the context of adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. Without intervention, the toxic stress associated with ACEs can devastate us all. As of 2019, Humboldt County's rate of adults with 4 or more ACEs is 28%, the third highest in the state. A person with 4 or more ACEs is 7.4 times as likely to experience alcoholism, 10.3 times as likely to use injection drugs. There is a ferocious need in this community for effective and compassionate drug and alcohol treatment, and currently we don't have one for women with infants. That report I mentioned earlier identified the biggest limiting factors in treating NAS as a lack of services not well tailored to client needs, a lack of appropriate resources, and of specialized staffing. As we understand the plan for Crossroads project, it is exactly what the doctor ordered. Its proposed location couldn't be more auspicious in close proximity to a future women's health clinic in the heart of Eureka. Successful SUD treatment requires a complete cultural, physical, spiritual, and psychic transformation. Most mothers would say the same of journey giving birth. For women experience both of these conditions at once, we need an appropriate facility of this caliber. Substance use disorder has tragic and devastating impacts. Can I just finish my?
No, you can't.
Please?
You can
We're at
email
Crossroads?
it if you care to, but no.
Okay, sorry.
You're
Thank
fine.
you.
Your 2 minutes, sir. Thank you. Let's see. Come on up. Welcome.
All right. I guess I'll start with this whole 3 to 2 minutes thing. I guess you get tired of hearing this. But anyways, let me take advantage of the 2 minutes. I'm here to speak from experience. I'm a Crossroad graduate and Crossroad alumni. I went to Crossroad. I was enrolled and took summer classes online at CR. I'm now a full-time student at Crossroads and have recently graduated from the New Life Discovery Project and have my own housing. So if you want an example of success stories, I guess I'm one of them. As a full-time student going into addiction studies, social work, and psychology, I think it's really obvious, and you guys should know enough to know that we need more beds, we need more resources, and we have some of the most need of anywhere you could look to see what the ratio might be. Like per capita, we're some of the highest addiction rates, some of the highest overdose rates anywhere in the country. And like, is there even really a question? Do we need more beds to help with this situation? Are you guys about solutions? Another quick note I would like to speak on. Do you guys have any form of comment on like where this tabled issue from the last meeting might be? I think I'm not alone in wondering where you guys stand on, your fascist policies you're trying to enable against the homeless.
So this is
As
not
well
the
as
agenda.
to response to what you said earlier, Mayor, like probably the misinformation that's out there is probably coming to you from the police.
Come on up. Welcome.
I'm a social worker in this community. In the last 6 years, I specialize in perinatal substance use disorder. I've attempted to navigate insurance systems with some of our most under-resourced community members who want to get into treatment but are stuck. There are no perinatal inpatient programs in this area. In my 9 years working here, I have never successfully had a patient enter a perinatal inpatient program after being placed on the wait list. I am passionate about the perinatal population because it's an upstream approach. We need to stabilize families early on to avoid long-term repercussions of family separation. Having a safe and dependable treatment program that is local and low barrier is vital to the success of not only these parents, but the future of our Humboldt population. The perinatal population is stigmatized more than others, and the consequences I have observed are delayed medical care. During pregnancy, our brains change, which can often allow people to make different choices. I'm fortunate to have worked alongside parents and witnessed them access timely help and to be able to safely parent their child. Several of these parents were able to benefit from services from the North Coast Substance Abuse Council, also known as Crossroads. My experience with the executive director of Crossroads, Mr. Wes Harrison, is he's always advocating for systematic change, is willing to be innovative, find ways to reduce gaps, and will be the first person to be the part of this solution. When drug Medi-Cal hit a huge insurance shift, Mr. Harrison ensured Crossroads was accessible to our local community. Also, Mr. Harrison was one of the first to welcome patients who are on medications that support opioid recovery. These actions I just listed are barriers I battled advocating for the perinatal patients at other inpatient facilities. I have seen systematic change be possible because of our size and commitment to one another. A perinatal inpatient program will directly impact our local community in the short term and create lasting change for a healthier Humboldt future. I thank Mr. Harrison for stepping up and filling a desperately needed gap in our county.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Nevaeh. I go to Eureka High. I'm Wes's daughter. I wanted to come up here and talk about how unbelievably safe my dad's program is. I practically grew up there. Me and my siblings would run around and play games with the clients like football, basketball, and I even remember playing Monopoly with them. During the time when there were nonstop power outages, we were invited over there to have dinner and hang out somewhere safe. I can't tell you how many times my dad gets stopped out in public by people who tell my dad how he changed their life for the better. My dad has had people call him from further than Eureka to get people into his program, like, for example, France and even Africa. I hear his phone ringing nonstop from people who want to get in and get help. There are people out there who need help and can't get it because programs like Crossroads alike don't have the space to help those people in need and who want to get their life back together, who want to even get their kids back and create a good life for them as well. The amount of people who need that help won't ever be able to get it if Crossroads and many other programs can't expand. I know this is a big change, but you can drive past Crossroads any day of the week and you would not be able to tell the difference between it and the houses around. My dad wants nothing more than to help the people just like you guys. Don't think of them as criminals and addicts. They are just like you, except they need help to overcome the challenges that have been brought to them. And I bet none of you guys in here can tell me you've never made a mistake in life that hasn't taken you time to fix. If I could feel safe in that program as a little kid growing up there, then I sure can bet that you all will be perfectly fine with them in your neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, Madam Mayor and committee members. My name is Raphael, and I am a patient navigator and a community member. I just want to echo what has already been said. It is getting very difficult to send pregnant folk to find them treatment. We have to get very creative and send them out of the area, and it gets really, really exacerbating for them. I also want to say that one of my first jobs was working at Crossroads under Wes, and I was really impressed at how everything was run and how he had such a hold on the rules and the all the residents abided by the rules, and he had such a great way of enforcing things and making sure that we were good neighbors. So now fast forward in my career in addiction treatment, I am looking to Wes, and he's helping me with other projects, and he is the go-to person in the community, and I consider him one of my esteemed colleagues. So I really hope that you guys really give him this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Raphael. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sunny Gonzalez-Valero, and I currently live in Eureka. However, I reign from Crescent City. I've been a professional for 20 years of employment, with 10 years being in local government here on the North Coast, 7 of those years being with the city of Crescent City. I've been in service organizations. I was a seroptimist. I Relay for Life, a lot of different volunteer work I've done. And I was even a pastor's wife in our community for 12 years in Crescent City. However, a couple of years ago, I had trauma in my life that I didn't have the tools to handle, and I spiraled into alcoholism. And that led me to have consequences and, yes, jail time. And I am one of the faces currently of the Crossroads Women's Program. I think most of us in this room have known or loved an addict at some point in our life. Addiction doesn't come in a package where we can identify it or label it as someone you may not even know. However, I didn't know what to expect when I entered the program. I can tell you that as a current resident there, we have guidelines we have to adhere to for community members that are worried about property value and how it's going to look to their community. You literally can drive by on Myrtle. You will not tell that it is a rehabilitation home for ladies. We have perimeter checks every day. We have chores. We make sure the trash is picked up. We make sure we're good neighbors. We honor the quiet hours. We do have consequences to things if we don't adhere to those. And it's a positive environment. The counselors are loving. They care. They genuinely want everybody to succeed. In a community in a North Coast area so remote where people are dying because of drug abuse, alcohol abuse, we need to be better community members for those around us and better neighbors ourselves. So thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi there. Thank you. My name is Patricia. I'm a substance use
Pull that
disorder.
up for you a little
Okay.
bit. There you go.
I'm a substance use disorder counselor, and I have an amazing job. I love my job. I work with some incredible, extremely resilient people from Humboldt County all the way up to Del Norte County. I have seen firsthand the impact that facilities like these have had on people's lives, and it is astronomical. I see people who have gone successfully through these programs. They are re-entering the workforce. They are reuniting with their children and their families and getting their own places, furthering their educations, all kinds of really positive impacts on people. People who are struggling need these programs. They need these to get out of the hole that they are. Addiction is so incredibly, incredibly difficult to go through, especially when you have lost so much already. I've seen the changes in people. I've seen the ripple effects that it has on our communities. This is so important, especially for mothers and pregnant women who need these help. This helps, this is not just, they do not exist in a vacuum. These are people who have families and who have children who also will benefit from these types of treatment facilities being in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Chelsea. I was a client at Crossroads and graduated in January of last year. Before going into treatment, I was homeless, struggling with addiction, living in a homeless camp behind the mall. I walked into Crossroads and was met with Wes, the director, who took me in as a client that day. This would not have been an option if there wasn't a bed available. And if I had been turned away, the chances are I wouldn't have made it back to the program. The program has helped me to become a productive member of society that I am today. I am in college now for addiction studies, and I work at a restaurant where I'm a manager. I also work as the residential advisor at Crossroads. As a community, I believe that we can all agree that Eureka has a problem, and it's with its ever-growing population of homelessness and people struggling with substance use disorders. My hopes would be that as a community, we can see the desperate need for additional services. The individuals that are currently in rehab, I would describe them as incredible, strong, and extremely resilient people. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, members, for hearing me. My name is Frank Riley. I am a pastor at a church here in Eureka. I also own the property, 2 parcels to the west of the house that is for sale, or is the subject property. I want to say that long before this meeting for the Planning Commission, I sent a letter with a lot of questions. And I did not get the courtesy of an answer to any of those questions, either during, before, or after the hearing. And it was clear to me that this group was tone deaf, and I had the feeling that they just didn't want to hear the voices that were heard and said. So I am hoping that you guys are different. Now then, I deal intimately with low-income, unhoused in our community. I provide housing for 27 individuals, mostly formerly unhoused, through Uplift Eureka, Nation's Finest, St. Joseph, Betty Chin, and others. I don't stack my residents 4 to a room like Stober Living. I give each of my residents the dignity of having their own room in the shared living experience. In fact, you here at the City Council 2 years ago, through Jeff Davis and Uplift, awarded me an award and a commendation in recognition for the work that I do for the unhoused here in Eureka. Boy, I gotta go fast. So here's the thing. I've listened. I had a lot of questions, and I've listened carefully, and I brought 2 pages to tell you that I think this is a bad idea. But I'm going to tell you that after listening to Wes just a few minutes ago and knowing the questions that I've asked, I have confidence that this is probably going to be, and I know I'm going to make Thea and Kelly and Mark, others upset, but I think this may be exactly the kind of community place we need.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes are up. Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor Bergel, council
Welcome.
members, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mary Ann Han.
All right. I'm sorry. I just
That is
didn't
just
want
so
you to
fun.
struggle. You're fine. I apologize.
My name is Mary Ann Hansen, and in my work role, I have the honor of listening to stories from Humboldt County families every day. And over the last few years, I have heard over and over again how desperately our community needs this kind of facility. I was disturbed to read in the media some expressed concerns perhaps about the safety of children. And I was reflecting on that and thinking that one thing I've noticed is that children are not confined or influenced by just what's within a half-mile radius of their school. It takes an entire community to hold and nurture and ensure the safety of our children. And I know with absolute certainty that our children are safer and our community is healthier if more people have residential therapy services than they would be if less people have those residential services. And in fact, I believe that our children and communities will be safer if we normalize therapy and treatment for substance use disorder rather than pushing it to the outskirts of our awareness. So I urge you to sustain the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you again for all your services. And I'd like to just thank also Wes for all the work that you do for our community and all the modifications he's done with this project. It's a really big project, a big undertaking. My main concern was the way the conditional use permit is, they put it as a categorical exemption from CEQA. And I think this project needs to kind of go through the CEQA process, which kind of goes and addresses all the issues. Categorical exemptions cannot be done on historic buildings, and that building is a historic building. It was 119 years old. It was awarded awards in 2004. It was recognized when they remodeled it then, and they actually mentioned that they actually left all the original siding in place. So there's a lot, and then also they mentioned that the windows are very unique. So it's the best of its kind. And in order to be recognized as a historic building, it doesn't need to be in a building code. It doesn't need to be in the registry. It just needs to be older than 50 years old and have unique characteristics and could actually have any information that could be used for further research. So that's the part that I'm kind of looking at. And then it puts the city of Eureka as the lead agency. So they're taking on a big endeavor as being the lead agency, that you're responsible to make sure that all this is going to be taken care of appropriately. And that building's going to need some work, because I saw the blueprint and it showed only had one bathroom and only one staircase going up. So for fire safety, you're going to have to modify the outside of the building and making sure that it's going to follow the National Registry or the Department of Interior's guidelines for remodeling it. But other than that, I think it's going to be it's a good project, and it's going to take a lot of work. So I commend you guys.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Thea Stewart. I've lived in Henderson Center for 33 years. I really care about Henderson Center, and I definitely care about the people. Henderson Center has a large percentage of retired senior citizens and, of course, some families. I do not find this facility suitable. Now, from our Planning Commission meeting last February, we were discussing about is housing for men, alcoholics, and drug addicts. Specifically, the story was they would be spending the nights upstairs, bunk beds. I have to tell you, now that you're talking about pregnant women, I have a hard time thinking the house is big enough. Pregnant women cannot get up on a bunk bed. I mean, they could hardly bend down and tie their shoes. Stop the funny stuff on April Fools, but so I don't know. I don't find this to be suitable at all. And much less, originally it was talked for men, stage 4. I spoke to a police officer who told me stage 4 is the worst, where they scream, they have fits, which is natural, but they throw things, they damage, bust things. For the whole thing, I just do not find that to be suitable.
Thank you, Thea. Come on up.
Hey.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Hava. I'm here as a community member. I'm a nurse, and I work around pregnancy health and also around community health data. So I'm kind of a data nerd, and I wanted to throw a couple things out there for your consideration. If you look online just with a Google search for studies about rehabilitation facilities in communities, you'll find that overwhelmingly they see a mild decrease in crime in neighborhoods that have a rehabilitation facility in them. They also see a decrease in recidivism. They see that when somebody has come out of the jail system, if they have been in a rehab program during that time, that they're much less likely to go back into the jail system and have repeat criminal activity. I also, just from my other side of my work, from working with people who are pregnant and are sometimes in tough spots, I wanted to reiterate what somebody else said about how having a baby can be a really important time for people who are vulnerable and open to change in that moment in their life, more so than they would be at any other time. And it is heartbreaking to see somebody in our county ready to make those changes, give birth in the hospital, not have a home to go back to, and have to go back on the streets and send their baby into foster care, which is already overloaded. I also wanted to say that Henderson Center is a wonderful family-friendly community, and that is exactly the place that we want to model for these moms. Thank you.
Thank you, Hava. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Deborah Dukes. I am a homeowner just outside Henderson Center. Almost daily, I walk and shop in Henderson Center. I think this is a great use for this property. I highly support it. I was thinking as I was listening about my sister who was an alcoholic, who gave birth to a fetal alcohol syndrome child, and who ultimately committed suicide because her life was so horrible and there was no place for her to go. I don't want that to happen to anybody else's sister or brother. These people, we are told by virtually every faith and humanism tradition, are our brothers and sisters, and we need to treat them the same way we would want our own birth sisters to have been treated. I am a vehement YIMBY.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Gonzalez. I'm a mother of two with over 20 years experience working in early childhood in Humboldt. I have a background in child development and infant parent mental health, and I'm currently pursuing a master's in social work up at Cal Poly Humboldt on my way to licensure as an LCSW, focusing on working with our perinatal and early childhood community. I'm here in support of this residential treatment facility for women and perinatal individuals impacted by substance use. We have only one birthing hospital, and our emergency departments are overstretched. A residential program would provide critical care and early support, leading to healthier births, reduce neonatal abstinence syndrome, and helping parents stay connected with their babies. These facilities do not pose a risk to neighborhoods. In fact, they foster healing and strengthen the community. This is about prevention, early intervention, and giving families in Humboldt the care they deserve. And a few points just to highlight. A residential treatment facility would fill a critical gap, offering comprehensive wraparound services in a medically underserved area. Residential care supports stabilization and healing during pregnancy, leading to better outcomes for both parent and baby. Residential programs with integrated infant-parent mental health services can prevent unnecessary separation and strengthen family bonds. These are protective factors for our future generations. And then finally, counties that have implemented similar models have had strong outcomes, and we can bring that same success here in Humboldt County. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
Hi, my name is
Let me put that
Marilyn
down just a
Field.
little
I
bit.
live in Henderson Center on D Street, 1 block from the proposed facility. I attended the Planning Commission meeting when this came up, and it was proposed as a men's facility. And I came here to ask if you were aware of the Stokes Women's Center going in just across the street from this, and that it would be a very bad fit for a men's facility to be catty-cornered from the Women's Health Center. But after hearing that it's going to be for women, I have to tell you that I think it's a great idea, and make sure that it stays a woman's facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Carrie Durkee. I'm the owner of Redwood Recovery Center. It's a new intensive outpatient that's offered out here. I'm originally from Southern California. I moved up here because of family and noticed that, there is some recovery here. I was at Singing Trees for a while, and that's what made me open up an intensive outpatient. I know that there's healthy moms that's there. That's great. But I do get calls every day asking if I do take women that are pregnant. And like I said, I'm an outpatient program, so they would have to have somewhere to stay to be at my program. But, and as a mother I was active in my addiction. My kids went in the system. I wasn't pregnant at the time, but, if you need that support from other women too, and it will help them. And these people that are going to these treatment centers, they want help. That's why they're there. And it'll give them the chance to be the mom that they can be. I mean, it's a disease that they have, and I can tell you right now, this community here is tight in recovery. I didn't realize that Wes helped me so much with my program, getting it opened and getting with partnership and all of that stuff. But I mean, it'll be great. I mean, I've worked at different types of treatment centers. I've been doing this for 14 years, and it is much needed here. It really is. And to give those mothers a chance, you know what I mean? There's somebody else's sister, they could be the awesome mom. And I love that it's going to be a woman's one, and that opens up more for men at the other house. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jamie. This is beautiful because I run across so many young people, pregnant, reaching out, needing help, and the resources aren't always there. There's a big need for this kind of thing, not just for women, but mostly for women that are pregnant and they don't have the ability to ask for help or get that help because there is that fear of their kids getting taken and whatnot. And it sucks. Addiction sucks. Being an addict sucks, or an alcoholic sucks, especially with no ways of reaching out and getting that help. I think this is a beautiful idea, especially for the community, for women out here, because the need is necessary out there that are dying, and it sucks. And I do know that I think you guys are awesome, West, actually, over there. I've worked with a lot of people that tell me lots of great things about your recovery place, and thanks.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one in the audience, we'll move over to Zoom now for public comment.
Virginia?
Yeah, thank you for hearing me. First, I wanted to address not getting the notices, and then I'll move into speaking about the project. But I did not receive a notice from the City Council that this hearing was occurring, nor did my property management. I found out because a neighbor gave me a copy of this meeting notice. In the Planning Commission meeting, I did hear that the explanation was that the notices are mailed to homeowners and not tenants or property management. And I think as neighboring properties and tenants in property management, we should have the right to know and opportunity to speak. So the Planning Commission changed their policy to mail notices to physical addresses within 300 feet of a proposed site, and I hope the City Council will adopt that as well. Regarding the proposal, I did attend the Planning Commission meeting, and I had intended to make comments at this meeting about being a survivor of domestic violence and having very severe PTSD. I live just on the other side of the fence. This house looks down into my backyard, into my bedroom, and my living room windows. I had a lot of concerns about
Virginia, you kind of faded out there.
Oh, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay, yeah. So I did have concerns about it being a men's facility, but after hearing that it's going to change, I have different feelings. I want to thank Wes for coming and listening and hearing me, and understanding my mental health is important as well as the clients. I do believe their mental health is really well too. So I actually look forward to having sort of my healing happening next door to their healing. I hope that will be good. And look forward to being a good neighbor with that.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes are up, Virginia.
Chandler?
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to be in support of this facility being built. I wanted to say that I'm a graduate of Humboldt Recovery Center. I did 75 days there. And while I was there, I was able to get sober. I was able to finish school. And since then, I've started a business. I'm a business owner now, and I'm a full-time student. I also have my own housing. Humboldt Recovery Center changed my life, and this is an example of a facility that would be doing something somewhat similar, or I don't want to speak exactly what they're doing, but it sounds like somewhat similar to what the protocol that they were doing there was, which was it was live-in residential, but the residents also had an opportunity to go for walks. For example, we went to walk to the candlelight meeting as a group, which was supervised, and they have live-in residents at the facility that are supervising, as well as cooking. And all of the clients in the facility, we all took turns cooking dinner and doing chores, and we had a very tight schedule that gave everyone an opportunity to rebuild their lives and also to learn how to operate in a group. And we had a really deep camaraderie, and I didn't experience almost any issues the whole time I was there. Actually, it developed a really great symbiotic relationship between all of the people there. And I just wanted to say, I think this is a great idea. I think we really need this. I want to say that for me to get into that facility, I had to call consistently every day for like 14 days, and the list was so vast. And luckily, I feel like I was in pretty sound mind. But for people that really need help, and it's actually very difficult to get into any of these facilities. It's really hard, and the wait list is insane.
Mhm.
And the people that are there, they want to be there.
Thank you, Chandler. Your 2 minutes are up.
Jordan?
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak here. Sorry I couldn't make it tonight. I would like to voice my full enthusiastic support for the construction of this rehab center in Henderson Center. There was a myriad of positive outcomes and data and just general positivity that a lot of people were talking about before me, and they said a lot of the things I wanted to point out a lot better than I could. So I would like to stress something that I haven't heard so far in this meeting, just the importance of placing human needs before human greed. It seems like a simple thing, but the fact that there are a few people who oppose this project, and those people are placing buildings, businesses, and property values above human lives and community well-being. Community members both need and deserve these services, and anyone who thinks otherwise really needs to get their priorities in life straight. There's a problem in Eureka and California in general of the NIMBYism, of people who don't have their priorities in order, who place themselves and their property above the rest of their community. And I just want to reach out to those people and kind of shake them by the shoulders and say, hey, get your priorities straight. Human beings are worth more than a building. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carpani? Carpani, you can unmute. I'll come back. Jessica? Jess. Oh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Jessica Repholz. I live off of Henderson Center, and I want to express my deep disappointment with community members who are opposing this housing unit. What's frustrating is that many of these same individuals are often speaking out and wanting solutions for the homeless population's safety and affordability. But when the real action is proposed like this one, housing developments, they push back saying, not in my backyard. You can't have it both ways. We can't keep saying that we care about the community while also blocking opportunities that are actually going to help heal and grow our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Carpani?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
You are echoing though.
So what do I do to get rid of the echo?
We have our. You should be good now.
You should be
Try
good.
again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I support Crossroads. It's a beautiful thing. It's an opportunity to build the village. We need it. And, you know, property is secondary. Help for our community members is primary. Share the love, build the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last name La Rochelle.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I just wanted to state that as somebody who works with a lot of these vulnerable men and women in our community who are trying to achieve sobriety, the need for these beds and the need for these programs is so astronomically high. And so I really hope that this gets approved because we do have people that want to change, who want this opportunity, and they are left languishing on wait lists, and we lose that opportunity to reach them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you see anyone else, Shannon?
I see no one else on Zoom.
Okay, so we will close this public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion and a second, and then discussion. Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach?
I was just going to make a motion, but I was trying to. Do I need? Yeah, I think it's.
Could I just get clarification on two things?
After the motion's made.
Actually, do we need to fix that one part where Planning Commission had said 4 and it needs to be 3.1? Oh, it's already part of it. Oh, there it is, right at the bottom. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So my motion would be that. Nope, that didn't help. I move the City Council of the City of Eureka adopt a resolution finding the project is exempt from CEQA and sustaining the Planning Commission's conditional approval of North Coast Substance Abuse Council non-medical care housing facility conditional use permit at 309 Harris Street with modification of Condition B to limit the level of service to a California Department of Health Care Services 3.1 residential level recovery home.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now we can have some discussion. Councilmember Fernandez, did you have a clarification you needed?
Yeah, I know there was a question earlier about whether smoking would be permitted or not on the property, and so I was curious if that was the case.
Come on up, Mr. Harrison. So
You got to
get you
talk in the mic
recorded.
to get on the recording.
Okay. On the lot in between the bungalow and the FedEx building, there's going to be an awning built, a wood structure in between that will have benches and things like that. That is where any smoking will be permitted at.
Okay. And is that part of the current permit? No.
It is not.
Okay.
Is it supposed to be part of the permit, a smoking area?
just that it would be there, part of the conditions, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Okay, this is my solid vow. I will create a safe smoking area that is absolutely in consideration of all neighbors.
Okay, yeah, that's one of the clarities I wanted was the portions that are part of this conditional permit. I know that or at least what I'm trying to remember correctly is that there would be window frosting except for the top floor.
Correct. Wait, top floor? No. It's the FedEx building top windows on the FedEx building. The bottom windows would be frosted and a mural would be put on them. We're going to frost the side windows that look over onto the jeweler store so she can have privacy on her side. And then that's where the frosting will take place.
This is why I was asking for that clarity. So thank you for that. And that's part of the conditions of the permit. And so that's why I was asking if the smoking area was part of the conditions of the permit or if it could be.
It is not.
Yeah, we didn't hear anything. Nothing was included in the application materials about the smoking area. So, and there's no conditions about it.
Okay. And then I know you had said that you'd be open to a gated parking lot. And again, that's for privacy for your clients because the historical practice in that neighborhood has been for people to park there. So that's why I wanted to know if that could be a portion of the conditions of the use.
I mean, it could be. I definitely want to err in caution that these changes, it might have to come back for a modification to the permit if there is substantial changes to that property due to the CEQA exemption finding. So like the fencing and the overhang, we'd have to really see what's proposed and how it's going to interact with the historic structure there.
Okay.
Councilmember Moulton?
Thank you. And I just first wanted to comment gratitude for our community. I hear a lot of compassion in this room. And I'm sorry, this is hard. This whole conversation has brought up how many people I have known in my life who have lost their battle with addiction, including some people who were waiting to get into a facility. And how common it is for people to end up overdosing in the last 48 hours before they get in. And when that spark happens and somebody says, I want to get my life right now, that's when you need to take advantage of that and give them that opportunity, because any delay can cause people to cause that monkey, that demon, to get right back on top of them. But I do have some questions about the legality of this, or just some details that were brought up. A question for City Attorney Luna, and hang out because the rest of mine are for you. Can we exempt a historic building from CEQA in this manner?
Yes, we can.
Short answers are fine, thank
Great.
you. Mr. West, what about I hear you saying you want to do a lot of work on the building itself. What about the historical preservation? Is that part of the plan?
Absolutely. So one, we are in love with the windows that are already on the facility. They have some bent glass and some curved glass that we really want to highlight and keep and restore. So it's some of the woodwork around the windowsills that need repairing. The trim and the siding we want to keep. The only alteration that we need is a fire escape on the second floor, and that falls within the same realm as having a ADA walkway. So there is no significant change to the footprint of the building or the architecture of the building on the inside. Because it's been chopped up into 2 units, the upstairs has been remodeled. So we have to restore it back to its original floor plan on the inside. There's some great architecture on the inside that we want to keep because it's wonderful, it's historical. And what I will say is, just because a building is old doesn't necessarily make it historical, but we want to respect the history of the building because that is our model. Over at 1205, we have a very old, very historical 2-story Victorian, and we have maintained it with its original siding and its original plan. And we added a fire escape to it that you can't even see from the street. So that's the same plan, is to make sure that the fire escapes are happening internally, not on the front or the facade. So that way it's less invasive and it stays within the architecture of the building.
Okay, thank you. And just two more. How the idea of pregnant women on bunk beds, but this there's so up to 12 people, and you will accept folks who are pregnant, but it's not necessarily going to be everybody.
That is correct. Yes, that is correct. There is a downstairs bedroom, and obviously bunk beds are the going model. But until we get in and restore the floor plans and really get a lay of the land, so to say, on the entire aspect of the upstairs and downstairs and how we'll utilize them, I can't really dictate exactly how many people will be in a room until all of that is put together.
But you find, is that how folks are staying at your other facilities, multiple people in a room?
No, yes, that is correct. That is how we utilize at the 1205 Myrtle. I don't know of any location that is large enough to be able to house a single individual per room. At that point, I would need a 12-bedroom house with a commercial kitchen. And I mean, I've been looking. I've been looking.
But so the success that you are enjoying already, or that you're building already, involves bunk beds.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. Wonderful bunk beds too. I can hook you up with my vendor.
Thanks. My house is full. And just forgive me, I'm sure I know y'all covered this, but this, at your current location, you are serving women and men?
So at 1205 is my men's facility. That is 15 beds plus one live-in manager. And then right across the street at 1210 is a 5-bed women's facility. The goal is, so here's the deal. Right now, we run a men's facility that women just participate in. It is not centered on any gender. There is no specific care that is centered around women's recovery. It's kind of just a one-size-fits-all. There's a lot of topics that we can't touch on because we have both populations. We can't deal with domestic violence because in the same room getting therapy is someone who might be a victim and someone who may have experienced a perpetrator or might be accused of those things, right? So you can't touch on those elements fully until you split the population up. So by moving the women out of my 1210 building and across town to the 309 and then expanding those beds, being able to help more women, I not only get to increase my female bed count and focus entirely on one gender at that location, I also get to expand my men's beds across the street to those 5 beds. I have to go through the licensing process of switching genders. It's a whole long process, but it would also be increasing our bed count for men by 5 in our community just by this expansion project. So both genders are getting an expansion. It's just this project is solely highlighted for the women and the pregnant women in the community that will benefit from it. And who knows, maybe I'll be applying for a conditional use permit for more than 6 beds at my 1210 and you might see me again.
That answers my clarifying question. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Fernandez, do you have clarifying questions?
No, it's just commentary at this point. Okay. So if you'd like, you can go ahead and sit down.
Thank you very much.
I think it was touched on earlier, and again, something that I hadn't thought of except for a few of the details. I think it'd been referred to as a healthcare district. You have that nexus, it seems, of 2 blocks from everything involving behavioral needs, healthy moms, the potential of that future medical spa there just across the corner. So my question more rhetorically then is, how is this not community-oriented care for the neighborhood? How does this reduce the unique characteristics of Henderson Center? And suffice to say, for anyone to say that they support this type of program or facility, but not in a particular area or zone, is being disingenuous. I'm sorry. Where then, if not in my backyard or if in our neighborhood? The transient nature of the population, the cycling in and out of the facility program, the clientele, doesn't differ any than if it were a bed and breakfast. The city, for me, is its people, its residents, whether diseased or in good health or otherwise. We can't stand and shouldn't cut these people off any more than we would a limb of our own if we were discomforted. And we ought to be diligent and care for one another.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano.
For anyone who listened to our last council meeting, I believe I directly said at that meeting, like, we need more facilities and more opportunities and options for people. So it seems fortuitous that this is coming before us. And one of the things I really appreciate is Mr. Harrison's willingness to engage with the community and listen to the community. And I think that bodes really well for the work you're doing and the fact that, addiction is part of a systemic problem, part of a community problem. And so I really appreciate that embeddedness and sense of listening. And to everyone who came tonight, I appreciate the respect and sense of care that you have in being here and in speaking for the community and in listening to one another and being willing to engage with the questions and change your minds or, reflect on your position. So thank you very much for really engaging with community process. It's refreshing and inspiring, and I'm really proud to be part of all of your community and look forward to continuing to work with you to make our community better, to heal, to find ways of healing and addressing these systemic things to the best of our ability together. So thank you for that. I feel very nourished by this conversation.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach.
Along the same lines as Councilmember Castellano, I first wanted to congratulate those of you who spoke that are in recovery and that are, congratulations. That's an enormous accomplishment, and thank you for having the courage to come and share your success stories with us. I think that's really empowering for everybody, and it's very inspiring, and that's what we want for everybody. So thank you for having that courage. I also wanted to thank Mr. Harrison. I think there were apprehensions and concerns, and clearly you were listening and trying to coordinate, and wow, what a difference it would be if communities coordinated that way all the time. So I really appreciate that. I'm very excited about, this, being able to go forward. I had, given this a lot of thought and had a whole list of things, but it just really isn't even needed because it really was addressed. I do actually have 2 of these in my neighborhood. One person had asked me initially, what would I think if I, would you want this in your neighborhood? I actually do. The way that we have this C-shaped alleyway, there's 4 houses. And so maybe 30 or 40 feet from my backyard are 2 other homes that are, I believe it's waterfront that's in my neighborhood. So I've been there for 7 years. We had a little bit of concern at first when we first moved in. We were like, oh, is that going to be an issue? It's never been an issue. We do have issues in our neighborhood. I do get to see the police frequently. It's not been for them. So, just to point that out. And that's actually, both of those homes are for men. And we still haven't had any serious issues or anything like that. So, I just, I really appreciate this. I mentioned earlier, we've done foster care. And so I don't want to be too personal, but we've fostered children that have gone through neonatal abstinence syndrome or have neonatal abstinence syndrome, which is what happens when they're born and there's that sudden and rapid withdrawal from drugs. And it's the ensuing trauma and damage that their bodies and brains experience when that suddenly happens. And fetal alcohol syndrome as well. And so, and I think what a difference that might have made for those women and for those children. And so I think this is really good, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Bauer?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think a lot's already been said. I don't really feel like the need other than to say I appreciate the civility of this group of fine people. These issues can be, the NIMBY, that's the common word, right? Not in my backyard, for things that we don't understand and things. And yet, Mr. Harrison, all of you that spoke that are in treatment, you made it so easy, the decision, because you're our community and we should support this endeavor. And I talked to a doctor friend of mine today. I'm like, shouldn't this be I'll be honest, shouldn't this be in a medical district or something? And he's like, where? And he's like, where? It's part of the community. You got to do it, and I just found that so matter of fact, from a healthcare professional, but realistically, you all made this decision so much easier just to hear these great stories and then to see people change their minds based off of your real life, situation that I appreciate you all coming and spend the time to tell us your stories and I think make our jobs a lot easier. Thank you.
Okay, well, with that, I'm going to call for the vote.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Yeah. Great. All right, so we are now going to take a short break. We'll be back at 9:10, just in time to extend the meeting. Welcome back, everybody. We're reconvening this city council meeting Tuesday, April 1st, and we're moving on to the consent calendar. Notice to the public, all matters listed under this category are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Pursuant to City Council Resolution 2011-22, if a member of the public would like an item on the consent calendar pulled and discussed separately, the request should be made of a council member prior to the meeting. Unless a specific request is made by a council member, the consent calendar will not be read, and there will be no separate discussion of these items. And I know F5 has been pulled. Can we get a motion to accept the balance?
I'll move to approve the remainder of the consent calendar minus F5.
Second.
First and a second, please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you. And so we'll turn it over to Administrative Technician Ross Mantle.
Hello, Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about this a little bit, and I will go as quickly as possible with the interest of time. This is the Participatory Budgeting 2024 Program Update, and we're going to talk about the recommendations that are before Council. These are all familiar to you. These were part of a memo that was sent a few weeks ago. So the first recommendation is to incorporate an application-based model to allocate the remainder of funds in wards 1, 2, and 4. Those are the wards that are represented by Councilmembers Castellano, Moulton, and Bauer. And we want to use a standard form for project submission to streamline the submission and kind of make it a little bit easier and reduce some barriers. So we are making this available to community members to submit project ideas for funding to the Economic Development Commission for review and approval. The proposals submitted must be submitted in time to be included on their agenda, and the next meeting is in July, and this will come up in just a moment. And the approved applications will come to City Council at a regularly scheduled meeting as a report. And we're using an application that is very, very similar to the agenda summaries. Those are included in the agenda packet for you. And those applications include all of the requirements that are necessary for projects to be eligible for funding. And quickly, those requirements are that projects are a public good. They're one-time expenditures. They're within city limits. They reflect the vision and values of the city of Eureka. And we reference the vision statement on the submission, and they're within an allocated budget. So the second and third recommendations are for projects for wards 3 and 5. Ward 5 project proposal, we're all very excited about this. This is the improvement for Eureka Theater, a circulation fan. The project, as indicated in the submission that is included, it meets the funding requirements, and we recommend approving the $15,000 from Ward 5 to fund that project. The second council, this is also very exciting from the direction of council, teaming up with the youth council with community services. They're bringing the youth council back and kind of thinking of how to really revitalize that, or not revitalize, excuse me, to how to bring it up, make it a little bit more interesting to students, and finance staff is very excited to work with them to kind of make it sort of like a mini participatory budgeting within that program there. And we recommend approving $15,000 from Ward 3. And I have a suggested motion, and I am available for questions.
So do we have any questions? Councilmember Castellano?
Sure, just real quick. For the remaining wards, will you be creating kind of a set of parameters that guide the application process? And do you have ideas around those?
It won't be just throw an application at a commission. There will be parameters, and that will be, as we bring this out, that will be clearly communicated.
I'm imagining those will be things such as, it must benefit the community.
That is all included in that form, and that's included in your budget submission. So every single project that is funded by participatory budgeting must meet all of those requirements that I outlined. And that, again, is public good, one-time expenditure within city limits, aligns with the visions and values, and are within the allocated budget.
Done. Councilmember Moulton?
Hi. Thank you for that. And for keeping the participatory budgeting process alive, my question is, why is the youth council attributed to Ward 3?
That's a very good question. So the Eureka High School is within Ward 3, and because most of the participants of the Youth Council have been students from Eureka High School, we thought that that was the most appropriate there.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Fernandez?
I see the suggested motion, but I'm also looking at what you had sent us just over a month ago about the potential for a new program model. So is that something that might come later then?
The potential for the new program model, we had discussed that being like a sort of the community grant. That's what this process is. This is that process where you have an idea, you want to get the funding, and you apply for it. But because we want to make sure that we are have that funding available for those wards, it's just for those wards with 1, 2, and 4.
And so this is in relation to the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Next fiscal year, when we do strategic visioning, which is happening on May 10th, there can be discussions if there's a desire by council to change how we proceed. We've learned a lot in the last 2 fiscal years of going through this process, so staff can provide all that information and council can decide on whether to keep this way of doing it or change it.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Then I'll move to approve the update to the 2024 participatory budgeting program process and approve the participatory budget submission from Eureka Theater in Ward 5 and approve the Youth Council as the body to select and approve.
Wait, I'm sorry. We haven't called for public comment.
Oh, yeah,
We could
no.
absolutely do that, but we haven't called for public comments. We're still having some questions, but when it's time, we'll get right back to you. Any other? Yeah, hold that thought. Any other questions? Okay, is there anyone from the public who's here to comment on this item? Do you see anybody from Zoom?
I see no one on Zoom.
Councilmember Fernandez, would you be willing to make the motion then?
Yeah, should I start from where I left off, or should I just start from the
start
beginning?
over.
Yeah. I move to approve the update to the 2024 participatory budget program process and approve the participatory budget submission from Eureka Theater in Ward 5 and approve the Youth Council as a body to select and approve participatory budget applications with the funds allocated to Ward 3.
Second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Great, this moves us to legislative action correspondence. Do you have anything? Councilmember Bauer?
Yeah, I recently attended a League of California Cities meeting, and we talked about a lot of bills, some of which aren't quite there, but there's one that's, I think, pretty easy, and it's Assembly Bill 476, and it's to deal with metal theft, which is quite a huge issue, and apparently cities are having manhole covers stolen, street lights, and locally we've had catalytic converter theft and all these things, so it essentially raises the fine on the actual scrap yards if they accept stolen property, and it makes them go through a process that whoever brings in the metal has to do a couple more steps, like a driver's license and things to identify them, so that if they do bring a manhole cover in, you track them down and deal with them appropriately. So it seems kind of a simple thing that I think we have quite a bit of actual copper theft, catalytic converters. So I think it's kind of an easy one to support. Not really anything major, but it could use our support. Yeah.
Councilmember Moulton.
Question. Does it require that extra level for all metals that people bring in, or just certain categories of things?
No, it's mainly dealing with, I had the bill pulled up here a second ago, but basically the more valuable things, copper, lithium, catalytic converters have all kinds of palladium, I think. So it's the more valuable products that they're concerned about, but it also includes things that cities are getting stolen, like a manhole cover. It's just iron.
Yeah, if
but
you show up with a manhole cover, that's a little suspicious.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned about creating a barrier for somebody who makes their living by collecting CRV.
No, it's mainly for scrap yards where people are bringing in stuff. Like CRV is not included in that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Councilmember Castellano?
This is for AB 306.
First.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, we're still on. Okay.
So we need consensus on the metals bill. Okay, so we'll get a letter there. Okay, and then Councilmember Castellano.
Thank you. Sorry about that. This is Assembly Bill 306, which would, if passed, would freeze state code updates for residential units for 6 years. So basically it would kind of counter climate-centered improvements that are planned to building code, like electrification and things like that, for 6 years. It's, I think I'm saying a no vote. The California building officials are suggesting a no vote on this because it takes away local control around implementing building code updates. It also would kind of, Humboldt 350 Humboldt, that organization is one of the groups in opposition to this bill as well. So it would kind of align us with other environmental advocates in our area.
Any questions? Councilmember
I'd just
Bauer?
like to add, there's a whole slew of organizations, mainly environmental, that are against this bill, because what it would do is effectively cut off the building codes for 6 years, but it would actually be 9 years, because I think it's a triennial thing. Every 3 years they come through with a new building code. So you can see the remedies that they're trying to do, like, for fire, people that have suffered fire, Altadena, Palisades. But you could do that through legislation as well, right? You can make that simpler versus a statewide hold on all these codes that are pretty important for, better building. So I support that.
Okay. Anything further? Or can we get consensus? Okay. So it looks like we have 4 thumbs up, 1. Okay, so that moves us on to reports and action items. And this has to do with, this is Project Manager Powell. Award the contract for bid number 2024-20, Beta Zoo Trail Consultant.
Before we start our presentation, Mayor, I'd like to move that we extend the meeting to...
No. 10.
10 p.m. I'd like to move that we extend the meeting to 10 p.m.
Okay, so there's been a motion and
Second.
a second to extend the meeting till 10. Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you. Welcome, Project Manager Powell and Mr. Wheeler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, you have an agenda item for the Beta Zoo Trail to award a professional services agreement for right-of-way services, additionally to authorize signing authority. This is an important step in this project's process. Before we get to action, we have a presentation to help provide some background and context where the project has been and where it is going. This is a high priority project for the city, which has been a priority in the council's strategic vision for years. We have a wonderful city team working on this project, including Special Project Manager Katie Marcelon, who's not here this evening. And presenting tonight, we have Project Manager Brittany Powell. I'll now turn it over to Brittany, and we'll be available for questions after the presentation.
Thank you, Jesse. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be here tonight to finally present on Beta Zoo Trail. We'll be going over a project overview, funding sources and next steps, introduce the right-of-way phase, and review the request for proposals for the professional right-of-way services. A little bit of history. The Beta Zoo Trail has been a concept for about 20 years or more. In 2000, City Council created the Eureka Trail Committee. Also in 2000, the committee discussed a greenbelt trail through the Eureka Gulches that would connect schools and neighborhoods to the waterfront. 2017, Eureka City Schools and the city identified the Beta Zoo Trail as a safe route to school project. 2018, City Council designated the Beta Zoo Trail as a strategic visioning goal and hosted a public informational session. In 2020, City began environmental studies with funding from the California Coastal Conservancy and conducted phone outreach to residents near the trail. 2021, City hosted virtual community meeting and the Planning Commission approved the Beta Zoo environmental analysis document. In 2023, the Beta Zoo Trail project was awarded funding from Caltrans' Active Transportation Program. And pictured here is a map from a 2019 council presentation. Just helps show how long this has been brought to the public. The Beta Zoo Trail project, this is a flyer that we sent out to the public and have been handing out at events recently. The trail will add approximately 2 miles of Class 1 trail and 1 mile of Class 3 bike lanes and sidewalk improvements. The alignment is still currently preliminary, creates important connections and is a safe route to school project, and encourages and promotes multimodal and active transportation. We've split the trail into 3 clear sections here that you can see. The green section north of Myrtle, called the second slough, connects with the waterfront trail and consists of elevated paths to preserve natural habitats. Eureka's first roundabout is planned for Myrtle Avenue and McFarland Street to provide a safe crossing for bicyclists, pedestrians, and to calm traffic. The yellow area you see is Second Gulch. You'll find yourself under a canopy of diverse trees with connections to communities and schools. And down at the orange, we call this Sequoia Park Zoo section. Pedestrian and bicycle enhancements, as well as traffic calming elements, will be installed existing roadways. So the last time that we presented to council on the Beta Zoo Trail was just over a year ago, February 6, 2024. So a little recap on the action that was taken at that meeting. Council received a presentation on the Beta Zoo Trail, declared GHD the selected proposer for the Beta Zoo Trail consulting services, authorized a contract with GHD for engineering and planning services not to exceed $1.7 million. Of that, we've been billed around $300,000 at this point. Authorized general fund allocation of $1 million as the city's match to the Active Transportation Program grant award for nearly $9 million. And authorized Public Works Director to negotiate and execute applicable contracts and grant agreement documents. Activity since that meeting a little over a year ago. We've completed the environmental field studies and reports under National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, which is led by the city, GHD, and Caltrans. We developed a community engagement plan and a story map website. We put out a request for proposals for professional right-of-way services. We'll go into more detail with that soon. We've had multiple meetings with focus groups and have sent out letters to property owners adjacent to the trail and updated the public via press releases and social media. And here's just a snapshot of one of the letters we've sent out to the residents along the trail alignment. Gave clear details of where we are in the status of the project, who to contact me if they have any questions, QR code to our website, and really just inviting the public to contact us with any questions or concerns. A little bit of detail on the outreach and engagement. We've had meetings with the Humboldt Trails Council, several meetings with the Eureka Police Department, including Chief Stevens and the police rangers. We've had numerous meetings with Eureka City Schools, both Zane Middle School, staff, principal, as well as their superintendents for Eureka City Schools. We've presented a Safe Routes to School task force, had meetings with County Supervisor Natalie Arroyo, Eureka City Council members. We've tabled at events such as Boo at the Zoo, Friday Night Market, and more. We've had contact with residents and businesses near the trail alignment, other city departments, as well as County of Humboldt and City of Arcata. With so many trails in our county, we've been trying to meet and have a regional approach to how we see similar problems, we have similar concerns, so how we can work together, as well as Humboldt County Association of Governments. And here's just some examples pictured here of some of the outreach that has been social media and in the news. Project funding to date. In 2021, we received the California Coastal Conservancy $100,000 funded initial environmental studies. We have the California Active Transportation Program, $8,999,000. The purpose of ATP is to encourage increased use of active modes of transportation, specifically walking, biking, and rolling. The City of Eureka matching funds at $1 million allocated from general fund during the February 2024 council meeting. And that funding there we're using as needed. And just important to note that we're always looking for additional funding sources and grants. We've also received the California State Transportation Improvement Program, $1.5 million, provides state transportation funds for state highway improvements, intercity rail, and regional highway and transit improvements. We received $70,000 from the Humboldt County Association of Governments, specifically from their bicycle and pedestrian 2% set-aside funds. And most recently, we are awarded the Local Highway Safety Improvement Program, $346,800, which is funding specific for pedestrian crossing improvements at Boone and also at the Harris and Dolbear Street intersection. Next steps are the right-of-way phase and plan specification and estimates. The Beta Zoo Trail just completed the project approval and environmental phase. These are all Caltrans terms and what our funding phases are based on. We are entering the right-of-way and plan specifications and estimate phase. These phases are expected to run concurrently and last at least 9 to 12 months. This is what our current schedule is looking like. It's available on our website. A little bit into professional right-of-way services. Caltrans right-of-way phase in general involves acquiring land and easements necessary for transportation projects, encompassing activities like preparing right-of-way plans, utility relocations, appraisals, and payments for real property. The city must follow Caltrans right-of-way manual and retain a professional right-of-way consultant. In November 2024, the city posted a request for proposals for professional right-of-way services for the Beta Zoo Trail project. The selected consultant would provide a certified general appraiser and licensed real estate broker to work with the city, GHD, and Caltrans to perform appraisals and coordination of right-of-way for properties on the trail alignment. 4 proposals were received by the due date on January 7th, 2025. The evaluation committee reviewed and scored proposals. The RFP scoring process assigned points based on qualifications, project approach, experience, schedule, cost, and samples of previous work. The cost proposals range from $240,000 to $530,000, with appraisal services ranging individually from $2,500 to $7,000 per appraisal. Each consultant firm participated in the interview process and provided a presentation of their experience. Bender Rosenthal Incorporated was the highest scoring consultant and the selected proposer. These next couple slides are from Bender Rosenthal and just give a high-level overview of what the right-of-way process will look like, starting with planning and analysis, which includes getting preliminary title reports. The appraisal process will start with a notice of decision to appraise and property owner contact. We'll go on to independent review from Caltrans, just compensation with city compensation approval and a written offer. Then we'll go into negotiations, possession, and right-of-way certification from Caltrans approval. This is also an example from Bender Rosenthal, a very broad estimate of potential easements that we may be looking to get. Approximately 19 parcels residential from about 15 owners. Some are medical related, like from St. Joe's. as well as some roadway easements and easements for restoration and mitigation. We also will need a few temporary access construction easements. And these also, the right-of-way services will also include things like utility relocation, moving fire hydrants if needed, signs, PG&E, utilities, and so forth. Next up, while the city moves into the right-of-way and design phases, communication engagement with the community will continue to be a priority. Property owners with anticipated easements will be contacted by the city and Bender Rosenthal. The right-of-way process will be explained in detail. We're also working with Councilmember Scott Bauer to plan and schedule a public informational meeting here in the near future. And construction currently is estimated to begin late 2026. So today's recommendation is to receive the Beta Zoo Trail project status report from city staff, declare Bender Rosenthal the selected proposer for request for proposal bid 2024-20 for professional right-of-way services, authorize contract with Bender Rosenthal for professional right-of-way services in the amount of $285,000, and authorize Director of Engineering to negotiate and execute applicable contracts. And my contact information is here for anybody who wants to talk. They can call, they can email, they can text, however they want, and a QR code to visit our website with a lot more information. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone from the public who is here to speak on this item? Do you see anybody on Zoom?
I see no one on Zoom.
Great. So seeing no one, we'll bring it back to council for a motion and a second. Councilmember Bauer?
I have to just thank staff for all your hard work on this. And this is a really complicated project. And I mean, the amount of funding that we're receiving is pretty impressive. So I look forward to meeting with the community, especially those affected by the project, hopefully end of April, early May. And I think this would be a really great benefit for our community. And I hope, I know there's some people out there that have some concerns, and we'll discuss them and we'll try and figure out a path forward, because it'll be something I look forward to seeing kids going to school on a nice paved trail versus sneaking through the marsh, the marshy areas on both sides of Zane. So with that, I'll make a motion to receive the Beta Zoo Trail project status report from city staff and declare Bender Rosenthal the selected proposer for request for proposal bid number 2024-20 for professional right-of-way services, and authorize contract with Bender Rosenthal, Inc. for proposal right-of-way services in the amount of $285,000 funded with project grants, and authorize Director of Engineering to negotiate and execute applicable contract documents.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you. Thanks for that very thorough report.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we will move on to endorsing the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative with Director Allen. Welcome.
Good morning, good evening, Madam Mayor and
evening.
Council. I wanted to introduce Beth Herman and Deborah Dukes, who are members of our Energy Committee, who will be providing their recommendation.
Welcome, you guys, ladies.
Hello. Do you want to? Yeah, you want to start that? Okay, that's perfect right there. So this will be a brief presentation. Thank you for having us. So we are proposing that the city endorse the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. It's a mouthful. And already 132 cities and subnational governments across 6 continents have endorsed it. You can see on the map there, folks that have endorsed it. And I think we would be the first in Northern California, though. I did a little deep dive on that map. And would you mind? Yeah. So The main reason we think that Eureka should endorse the call for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty is here. It's a new global campaign that's underway, an initiative calling for FFNPT. It would be a companion treaty to the Paris Agreement focused on winding down the supply of fossil fuels. The Paris Agreement does not mention fossil fuels. The initiative aims to foster a global equitable transition away from fossil fuels to clean, low-carbon energy and economies. The campaign will spur international cooperation to end new development of fossil fuels, phase out existing production within the agreed climate limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius, and develop plans to support workers, communities, and countries dependent on fossil fuels to create secure and healthy livelihoods. And I think here, where we have the possibility of offshore wind energy, this is particularly appropriate. And we also have like multiple areas where we're seeing small grids of solar panels as well. So we have things that would support our community, and this would help to get our community to be more reliant, self-reliant, because we all know that power outages happen, and they seem to happen to us more than other folks in California. These are pictures of places you probably are familiar with in Eureka, like the Carson Mansion, the water tower, and this is the effects that we're already seeing currently for climate change in our community in Eureka. The smoke that's ever present in the summers, to the climate change refugees we are seeing escaping, the fires from other parts of the state, to the sea level rise that is destabilizing our shorelines. Humboldt Bay has the highest rate of sea level rise in the state of California. I also wanted to bring back something that was brought up earlier tonight, the Week of the Young Child. We owe it, in my opinion, to future generations to take steps to avert catastrophic climate disruption. A commitment to not proliferating fossil fuels is a good first step to that, to ensuring that the children in our community have a world to live in the following years. The FFNPT initiative is seeking endorsement of the treaty by municipal governments, hoping such endorsements will build public profile for the campaign and ultimately put pressure on national governments to sign and ratify such a treaty. So there's sort of a long game approach on this. And cities tend to be the hardest hit by climate disruption and tend to have the most, I know I work for Open Door, and I know we've seen a ton of climate change refugees when fires occur east of us, and then we end up having to sort of absorb folks into our clinics. And we're lucky that we work with Partnership, and they allow us to switch people quickly over to us as their primary care. But we also have limited doctors in our community to actually see folks. You want to switch to the next one? And I already kind of hit on most of these points. Did you want to?
Yes. To give you a little bit of history, this proposal was started by very low-lying Pacific Island nations. In about 2015, they started talking. And the idea was to get other people, other nations, other fossil fuel burning entities on board to create a treaty. There's currently not a treaty. This is just calling for a treaty to be written. One of the reasons that they're reaching out to cities, other than what Beth was just talking about, that cities are on the front line, is they're hoping that cities can put pressure on their state and national government. Well, states already, the state of California has already signed up for this treaty. National government might be a heavy lift. But one of the things that they're hoping for is that by signing on to write a treaty, to create a treaty, which does not exist now, cities can advocate for climate, this is from their website, can advocate for climate action on a global scale, but not excuse passing other motions on climate change within their own jurisdiction. Let me repeat that. Not excuse passing other motions on climate change within their own jurisdiction. So signing on to this is a reminder that we have work to do here too. And in particular, addressing the supply and demand of fossil fuels And in addition to endorsing the fossil fuel treaty, cities that join the initiative are provided with a toolkit with a range of actions that can be taken. I would be delighted to download that list and send it to all of you. One of the things that we're particularly concerned about here is the very lengthy or long planned climate action plan, which may actually come to fruition sometime. And it features the same issues about fossil fuel, which is the main source of greenhouse gases in Humboldt County. So I would encourage you to sign on to approve the formation of a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Costs no money. It doesn't obligate you to anything. You don't even have to sign the treaty when it actually is written. It's just saying, yeah, we need this. So join with the low-lying island nations in the Pacific and other places like Humboldt County that are going to be really getting the worst of sea level rise, as well as smoke and climate refugees and everything else. So that's our 5-minute, a very long elevator pitch to a very high skyscraper.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this item up to public comment. Does anybody from the public like to comment on this item? Shannon, do you see anybody on Zoom?
I see no one on Zoom.
With that, we'll bring it back to council for a motion and a vote. Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach.
Just a quick comment on your comments. Thank you for linking that to the Week of the Young
You need
Child.
a motion first.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
No, you can make a motion.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to authorize the mayor to endorse the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty global campaign.
Second. Do we have a motion and a second? Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach.
Thank you for connecting that in your comments. I appreciate that because I think that's the point of everything, or at least for me, of what we're trying to do is we're always trying to think about and build the future that we want our kids and grandkids to live in. And I think, the whole point is they talk about planting trees that you never enjoy the shade from. This is about what's next instead of being previous generations where they kicked off problems that we're saddled with, us trying to let them inherit a good future instead of a mess. So thanks for connecting that.
Thank you. Any further comments? Please vote.
Five yes votes, motion carries.
Great. So our next item of business is automated meter reading, the AMR project update with Deputy Director Issa. 12 minutes.
Sorry, is your microphone on?
It is now. This will be a quick sprint through the automated meter reading program. And the project is a couple years old now, so we might have a couple of counselors that maybe weren't around for the beginning of the project. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I promise. I was going to sprint through the whole thing.
Oh yeah, she's just fine. There we go.
All right. So just very quickly, we'll go over background and the system overview, some challenges and solutions that we ran into during the course of the project costs, and next steps that we still have to go. So starting off, just brief overview of the meter system. You have the public water mains in the street. We run a line out to the house. The meter is the break point between the public and private side of the system. The meter system, as it was before we started the project, consists of the meter, a register, which is an analog register, to an antenna. That's the black thing there. That would send a radio signal that then a guy would drive around in a truck with an antenna and pick up that signal. So twice a month when we do the reads, we'd send a guy out to drive around, drive the whole city and pick up all the reads. Those would get transferred via a piece of software to Tyler Encode, which is the city's financial software, and that would then result in the bill. So everything in the meter system, as far as all the meters and all of that equipment, was replaced new in 2006, 2007, when we went from a manual system to a radio read system. Those radio transmitters can read through metal lids. They can read through concrete. They have a very robust signal. They also have a 20-year battery life. So in about 2020, 2021, all those started dying at a fairly rapid rate, and we started losing a lot of those. So in 22, we started testing cellular equipment. Cellular is kind of the new wave of technology for this type of metering equipment. We had a propagation study done, and in the September of 22, we saw really the number of dead meters started to go up on a logarithmic scale. And we showed that without action, we were going to be reading a quarter of our system manually, like walking every single meter by June of 23. So we came to council with several options, and they chose the cellular system. So we had a choice then. We could, knowing that we had to visit all 10,000 plus meters and replace both the register and the antenna, we could have subbed that out to a contractor and had him do it. The quote for that was about $6 million. About 50% of that is labor. The other 50% was equipment. That did not include replacing any boxes or really any lids that were kind of specialty. The city has a lot of weird meter lids and meter boxes out there. We have a lot of mishmash stuff. And then because we went through the process with a contractor back in 2006, there were a lot of data issues. They're not there to fix existing problems, and there's a lot of numbers that have to match up. So our other choice was to do the work in-house. The hard costs for the equipment were about $3.6 million. We were uncertain whether we had the staffing and capacity to be able to pull it off, but we also saw it as an opportunity to correct a lot of existing issues that had been left over from the 2006 project, and to get a better handle on data quality and control. So now the meter system works like this. We have the same meter in place. We did not change the brass body of the meter. We'll talk a little bit about that. The register is now a digital register, which talks to an antenna that looks exactly like the old antenna, but it's a cellular antenna, which then talks to the tower, which then talks to the cloud, which we'll talk about that interface. The cloud then talks to Encode, and Encode produces your bill. So really the new pieces are the cellular part of the system and what's called Beacon, which is the user interface for that cloud-based system. So we talked about this, we were losing 200 meters a month. We needed to, basically what we saw is we couldn't have people out reading meters, or we wouldn't be able to replace the meters in-house. If we had to reallocate staff from reading meters to replacing meters, or we'd never get ahead of it. So the solution to that was, much to everybody's chagrin, we went to an estimated billing system. And apologies to all the public who had to deal with this, and all of our finance staff who had to deal with it. Everybody was very patient, but basically started billing based on estimated usage based on the previous months. So that freed up staff so that we could actually send them out there and replace the meters. It was a nightmare for everyone involved, but we've largely gotten through it. Another challenge we ran into was all those metal meter lids. Cellular antennas do not shoot through metal buildings or metal lids or metal cars or anything else. They won't shoot through a concrete lid full of rebar. So what we ended up doing to replace the meter boxes completely with a new lid and a concrete box, you break out the sidewalk, jackhammer everything out, replace it all new, is about $1,500 each. And we had 3,500 of them to do, estimated. So our solution was to source a company out of Texas that makes custom lids. So they make polymer lids that they're cellular compliant with the company. They work with the cellular manufacturer, and they have lots of different sizes available. The other thing we did, and you've probably seen some of these around town, is we chose to plasma cut the existing City of Eureka lids. It's not the most aesthetic option. However, it was the only option short of cutting the entire box out at $1,500 a piece and replacing the entire thing. So it was a $150 fix for a $1,500 problem. Total savings on that was just about over $3 million. Another challenge was the data acquisition and transfer. So there's 100,000 plus data points. Small errors cause big problems. Moving the decimal can cause somebody's bill to be either amplified or decreased by a factor of 10 or more. So this was really an opportunity to clean up a lot of stuff in the system. Our solution to keeping track of all of that data was to institute a mobile GIS system working with Maggie Martinez and initially Josh Van Buskirk, who is the city's GIS specialist. We didn't want people out there with notepads writing things down. There's too many numbers, too many transpositions. So we instituted a system with iPads using ArcGIS, utilizing barcode scanners, almost no manual entry. The system would store photos, so they could take photos of the old meter and the new meter with the numbers and the old read side by side. And basically we built into a bunch of QA/QC into that process where the people in the field were constrained in the data they could enter. And if they entered things wrong, it would prompt them, you need to fix that. So basically what they did is they went out with an iPad and they looked at the city. The green dots are meters that are already swapped out. The blue ones are old meters that are still functioning, and the red ones are meters that are dead, that need to be swapped out. So they could zoom right in, pull a GPS point specifically on top of the meter, swap everything out, pull up the list, put in the type of lid, the type of meter, the meter size, everything else, and even take a picture of the equipment and store it in the GIS database. So if there's ever a question about how the meter numbers matched up or the old end read or anything like that, we could pull it directly from photographic evidence in the system. And this was all stored in the GIS. So another challenge would be transparency and project tracking. So we need to be able for everybody involved in the project to see what was going on so that everybody could troubleshoot, track the progress, and have a single point for scheduling. So again, we worked with our GIS specialist to create a dashboard that looked like this. That would basically tell you everything about the project. You got your schedule in the left-hand corner. You got all your dots up there in the map. You got how many we did, a graph of how many we replaced over what period of time. And you can see we're actually better than this right now. This says 95. We're at almost 99% completion at this point. We've winnowed it down to just the leftover stuff that's really difficult to deal with. But this was very helpful for everybody involved. So another challenge we ran into was compound meters. This gets into the technicalities of metering, but basically it's a single meter to a large commercial customer, but it has two registers on it. It has a high flow side and a low flow side. Compound meters don't exist in our billing system. So they're entered as two separate meters with two services on the same address. Causes all kinds of confusion, all kinds of misbilling and misreads. So.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. 10:15. I move that we extend the meeting to 10:15. Oh, that's what I said originally. 10:30.
Well, look at you were right. Congratulations.
I'll second.
5
yes votes, motion carries.
So this was kind of a bonus of the project, was to get rid of these. This wasn't part of the metering project. We could have just replaced the registers on top and new cellular transmitters and been done with it. We chose to get these meters out of the system. With some of the savings that we got by not utilizing a contractor, we actually replaced them with ultrasonic meters, which are more accurate. It's a single meter and got rid of a whole bunch of problems. As a bonus, another bonus, they have pressure sensors in them. So now we can see pressures everywhere we have a large meter like that in the system. We can see what the water pressure is doing in real time. So when somebody hits a hydrant, the pressure drops and we get backflows, you can see it. If the fire department spins a hydrant down too fast and causes water hammer and it echoes up through the system and breaks something, you can see it. So that gives us a little better transparency. Another challenge we had was multifold. We had supply chain issues from COVID. We went months and months and months where we could not get the transmitters because they couldn't get the chips from Taiwan. We ran into e-waste and battery recycling that we didn't think about ahead of time. At $2.60 a piece, it was about $30,000 total to recycle the batteries. In-code tech support, just the initial startup process and having to deal with the in-code tech support folks was not great. We had a server crash, lost a whole bunch of data that we're just now finding those meters. They're just surfacing now almost a year later. All the utility billing issues, and we had to put all of our routine maintenance on hold. So all of our valve turning programs and other things got placed on hold while we were doing this work. But we pulled it off. So initially, the projected costs of the project were in excess of $7 million. That was including contract labor, et cetera. Actual costs to date, and that includes replacing all of the compound meters, is about 3.5 million. We'll be in at about 3.5 million. There's still some uncertainties around how many of the meter boxes we are going to have to break out, but the guys have been doing those kind of on a daily basis, and they're cracking through them pretty quick, a lot quicker than I thought they would. So we're about $3.5 million in savings over what it would have cost to have a contractor do this work, and we did it in a pretty good clip, I thought. As another bonus, fun animation. We were spontaneous, well, I'll say spontaneously, but the state required us to comply with what they call their lead and copper rule. So as part of the lead and copper rule, every municipality water purveyor had to go out and survey all of the line materials. And that included not only the city side, but the customer side. So we had to survey material that we don't own, control, or have any say in. Luckily, because we were out there randomly going to all of these addresses anyway, so they were all geographically randomized and distributed, and they were randomized by build age of the house, which is one of the metrics that the state wanted you to do because lead service lines are more prominent in older houses. We were able to just add this to our GIS inventory and just do it as a matter of course as we were changing the equipment with zero extra effort and zero extra time. We came in fully in compliance with state law and actually had about twice or three times as many data points as we needed, and are still gathering that information even though we're out from under that. We're in full compliance. So that no additional cost, no additional effort, and totally met that. A lot of cities are having a lot of problems. They're spending a lot of money surveying that stuff. So now we get into the benefits of the AMR system. So with the cloud-based system, you're looking at the data basically in real time. You can see consumption data in 15-minute intervals. This allows customers to see their water usage. They can see their leaks. They can set up leak alerts on their own to get emails. Enhanced customer service. We can talk to people on the phone and walk through their water usage with them. We get instantaneous reads. So the guy in a truck has now been replaced by robots. They are coming for all our jobs. Lower staff costs, no equipment or vehicle costs to have a truck out driving around, so we get to reduce by one vehicle. The equipment talks directly to the system, so you can troubleshoot a lot of things just sitting at your desk. We can look at backflow data. So the city's backflow program gets a lot of pushback from people who are like, we don't ever have backflows. Why do we need to worry? We actually have a lot of backflows, hundreds of them, where water flows from the private side of the meter backward through the meter into our system and is then distributed outward. Like, they're small, but they do happen. So it's a real thing. And we got pressure sensors to boot. So this is what the Ion Water portal looks like from our side. Customers can set up a login and log into this same system, and they can see all of this same data from their side. So they can see their accounts. So you can see water usage by the hour, by the day, by the minute. And you can do things like this. Like if I saw somebody who had this profile and they called in because their bill was too high, I would say with probably 99% confidence you have a bad toilet flapper. Because you have constant usage across the board at the wee hours of the morning, and then it spontaneously disappears, which a plumbing leak never does. So if you see a leak like that, it's probably a toilet flapper. And we can help people, get a hold of their usage that way. So the next steps is we are working through the meter box replacements. We may actually have to use a contractor for some of that. It may just be more expeditious. Still time consuming, expensive. We're working through the process of rolling out the Ion Water customer portal through the city's website, through direct information on the billing, things like this, the city newsletter. We have some additional billing and data QC to do. And then we need to include the rate update in fiscal year 28 to cover the cellular fees. So the meter bodies are still an issue. So we pulled a sample of the meter bodies and sent them to Colorado and had them tested to ensure that they were within the tolerances of the industry standards for accuracy. We don't want to lose revenue by meters slowing down over time, which they tend to do. We will have to replace the meter bodies eventually. We're going to plan to do it over time in small batches as opposed to doing it all at once when it will all come due all at once. But for right now, we're confident that we're not losing significant revenue because of meters slowing down. So I want to just have special thanks to the water crew. Like, they really took ownership of this project, and Mario and his crew really they busted this stuff out way faster than I thought we were going to be able to. And they've been just spectacular. So kudos to them. And that's all I have.
Do we have any questions for Director Issa? Councilmember Castellano?
Firstly, thank you. Amazing. I love that there's even more bonuses. I was just curious, the $3.5 million in savings, that was already allocated in the CIP. Will it be reallocated, or how, like, what will that look like in terms of how it affects our budgeting process?
In the CIP.
I think what Councilmember Castellano is asking is, when we did our rate review, was the rate review based off of a $7 million project or a $3.5 million project?
It was actually based off of $6 million. So when we did the rate update, that estimated project cost was $6 million. So that's why we're not fretting about the fact that we did not include the cost of the cellular fees in the rate study, because there's a monthly cellular fee per meter, which is it's about $1, so it's about $10,000 a month, $120,000 a year for the cellular system. So that's covered in that. And then any money that we bring in excess of that is available for CIP usage for other water projects. We definitely have main replacements and valve cluster replacements and everything else there's plenty of stuff on the CIP list.
Councilmember Fernandez?
And that kind of goes into my question, because I think I saw on one of the slides that it said fiscal year 28, we'd be looking at probably another rate survey or some sort of increase because of the cellular fees?
Not necessarily an increase.
Okay.
That's when the next 5-year rate study would be conducted, because they go in 5-year intervals.
Okay.
So
Right.
it wouldn't necessarily result in an increase.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, so we will take public comment on this item. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item? Do you see anybody on Zoom?
I see no one on Zoom.
We'll close the public comment. And this is a report, so there's no further action. Moving on to future agenda. Go ahead.
I waited. I just wanted to say thank you. That is some amazing staff creativity, and so I just, I'm so impressed. And you just kept listing more and more of the benefits. I just really appreciate that. I appreciate that everybody was so innovative and creative and at problem solving and coming up with a way to save the citizens a lot of money. And it's too bad we can't give little tiny bonuses when staff save us huge sums of money. That'd be so cool. But thanks tons for that. I really appreciate it. And great presentation.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting. Okay, moving on to future agenda items. Are there any? Councilmember Fernandez.
Yeah, sorry, City Manager, I know we spoke earlier, but I remained unclear on whether or not we would request staff evaluations now, or if that's something that's coming for the future.
We'll get it on closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That being said, we'll move on to City Manager reports. Human Resources Benefit Update with City Manager Slattery.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Director Folger is ready and willing to give you a very brief overview of our new bilingual pay.
Great.
Oh, he's even in the audience. I was looking up there.
Welcome, Director Folger.
Yes, a very brief update on some new
Your mic needs to be on.
Oh,
Turn it on.
Hello, can you hear me now?
volume's low.
All right, as I was saying, thanks for the introduction, Mr. Slattery. And again, I'm going to be here talking about updates to the city's employee benefits programs, specifically the bilingual pay policy. So this was funded through the adoption of the mid-year budget, and the policy itself was adopted on consent at the last meeting. And I just want to give you a little bit of background about bilingual services that the city provides or has been providing. Historically, it's been through the use of a service called Language Line when translation assistance was needed, or the city relied upon on-site employee assistance if they had those language skills. The desire to actually incentivize and compensate employees for using those language skills grew out of the city's DEI program. And we also wanted to do, that was part of also enhancing accessibility to community members that we serve and create a consistent internal translation resource for all departments. And of course, compensate employees for the use of their bilingual skills and hopefully incentivize current or prospective employees to do the same. So what this policy provides for, and a lot of thought went into it as opposed to just doing an across-the-board increase for anyone who had a bilingual skill set. We really tried to hone it in on what are the needs of our community, what is the makeup of our community here in Eureka. So this policy hones in on the languages of Spanish and Hmong. That's because that's based on the census data for the city of Eureka, as well as historical data that we gathered regarding the use of our language line and the need for translation services. It was always for Hmong and Spanish. And so what the language line would do is anytime somebody was in need of translation assistance, you can call this number. They connect you with somebody wherever they may be who spoke both English and whatever language was needed by the person needing service from us. And it works fine, but again, the intent here with this policy is to try to utilize the internal resources that we have and compensate employees for that. We also built this policy and the pay structure around meeting competitiveness with other local agencies who provide similar incentive pays, while also trying to balance that pay structure equitably within the organization. And we tried to recognize that these skills are of equal value regardless of who is providing the service. So what you see on the labor market often is that it's a pay adjustment of a percentage of your salary. Instead of doing that, we wanted to incentivize this equally and pay everyone equal for when they are providing translation assistance. That would mean giving a static dollar amount versus someone earning far more in their on their base salary, getting more for providing the same level of assistance as somebody being with a lower salary range. So the way that this works is we've identified a mechanism to test folks who are bilingual in the Spanish or Hmong to qualify them for bilingual pay. They will then be put on a translators or list where they can then be contacted. That list would be housed in human resources. Anyone in the organization needing assistance with providing service to someone who only speaks or primarily speaks Spanish or Hmong would contact, instead of the language line, they would call human resources. We would then access the list of people who are qualified to provide translation assistance and are being paid to do so, to get them in touch with that employee who's needing translation assistance. And so we would go through that list on a rotational basis and try to deliver the need more equitably among that group, so it's not always falling on one person. Along with that, we also identify that there are folks out there in the organization currently providing routine translation assistants just as part of their job. Like they work at the front desk or they're in the community in some fashion where they are often called upon in the course of their normal duties to translate on behalf of their employees or the city or the public that needs our services. So what we're doing is identifying those individuals as division primaries. So there's 2 tiers of within this pay structure as it currently exists. For anyone who is qualified and then placed on the translators list, they'll be getting $50 a pay period, which translates to $100 a month, just regardless of how often they're called upon to assist with translation. If you're designated as a division primary, you are eligible to receive $200 per pay period or $400 a month. And that's to equitably compensate people for the work that they're already doing. The testing and qualification procedures are through a third party called Alta Language Services. This is a company that we researched when we looked out on the market at who does this kind of stuff. This is the leading one, and it's also what other local agencies use to do their testing for their bilingual pay. And we didn't just do it because everyone else is doing it. We made sure that to vet the service itself, but also there is some strength in numbers in terms of utilizing this sort of this qualifier that we do it similarly to other agencies. It just makes sure that we're following an industry standard and it's a defensible practice. Those are the basics. Again, this is about trying to build our internal resources to meet the needs of our community and reward our employees for doing that. They're already doing it. They do it every day. This is our means to sort of recognize them, pay them for it, and hopefully incentivize others to do the same. And we, through this policy, make mention of our educational reimbursement program that is already a city benefit and are hopefully going to get other employees to utilize that program to maybe learn some of these languages and then become qualified to receive bilingual pay. This is a starting point for this kind of benefit where we're hoping to gather data through its usage over the coming months and adjust it as necessary and enhance it as necessary. And that's the basics. I'm here to take any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions for Director Folger? Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Much appreciation. All right, this moves us to, what does it move us to? Council reports, that's what it moves us to. Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach, why don't you start us off?
Okay. Excuse me. So I attended the our 2x2 with council. Good grief, I'm tired. Councilmember Bauer and then also of course our city manager and Connie Beck and then Rex and Natalie. Sorry, I can't remember anything. And then also I attended online Dishkama, the Wiats housing, their progress update and what's going on with that. And I was so excited about that. We had our first emergency shelter ad hoc meeting with our chief of police and city manager Slattery. I caught part of the Dockside Market meeting today, and they've got their first bylaws out. And then I've been helping organize the offshore wind get together that is this coming weekend, and that's most of it.
Great, Councilmember Bauer.
Yeah, thank you. I also attended the county 2x2 with what's your name again? Sorry, I'm tired too. And I had some travel I attended the League of California Cities Environmental Quality Meet, which was a lively discussion. And the one highlight, I think, is the fact that governor is already borrowing money to cover some losses from federal revenue for Medicaid. So we're looking at like a $6 billion deficit right off the bat. So just a heads up that we're going to be seeing some some problems at the state, which hopefully doesn't trickle down to us, which is what the League of California Cities does, right? Try and protect our revenue. So, and there'll be a lot of bills that we'll be bringing before for support and opposition in the coming weeks. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you. I was unable to attend the League of Cities this last week due to an illness. Much like Councilmember Contreras-DeLoach, met with the Emergency Shelter Ad Hoc Committee, discussed the history, the previous attempts, and then, of course, we have a meeting later this month with staff and other community groups. Councilmember Moulton met with Eureka City Schools in our 2x2, learned about the strife that they're going through and the difficulties they may be faced with as the current presidential administration seeks to dismantle the Department of Education. And then later this week, we'll be attending a convening with regional elected officials to discuss offshore wind energy.
Councilmember Moulton.
Okay, thank you. I have no travel to report, but before I get into what I have done, I just wanted to lodge my dismay that we shortened public comment from 2 minutes or from 3 minutes down to 2 minutes without any discussion, especially because it said 3 minutes in the agenda. People very carefully prepare precisely the exact amount of time that they have in order to make the points that they want to make. And if we have to stay here until 1 a.m. every week, that is our job. The public has a right to come and talk to us, and they have a right to have the amount of time that they expect to have. I was very disappointed to hear that at the beginning of this meeting. I attended since the last time I gave a report, it's been a while, attended the Humboldt Bay Fire Awards dinner. I was impressed that Humboldt Bay Fire, they do this as internally. They vote to elevate certain members of their staff for different reasons. And the thing that stuck out to me about all the folks that they were elevating is that they seem to really value teachers and mentors and folks that are able to help them continue to develop their professional skills in public safety. I couldn't get into the Dishkamu meeting because you had to pre-register on Zoom, and I couldn't do that. And when I tried to get in, it said that it was locked up and I couldn't get in. Unfortunately, I hope no one else in the community tried to get in and couldn't. I did get a recap of it afterwards, and I'm pleased to see all the support for that and the very cool design. I attended Mornings with Main Street. Good to see so many business folks out there collaborating, talking, and just kind of building affinity among the folks running businesses in Old Town. I attended the Eureka City Schools 2x2 along with Councilmember Fernandez. Attended a Humboldt Bay Fire board meeting where we did the budget review, and boy, aren't budgets fun. And in trouble everywhere. I had comments about the budget, but we'll go through it. Skip that. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano.
Okay, let's see. Most recently, I did travel to Burbank for the Cal Cities meeting where I'm the vice chair of the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee. We kind of got an overview on a number of bills. And I've attended, I feel like, numerous Eureka Main Street related meetings. I'm the co-chair of the Economic Development Subcommittee, so meetings related to that and planning meetings and Mornings of Main Street meetings. But there's a lot of care happening and a lot of movement right now around shop local campaigns, partnering with the Chamber and Humboldt Made and various groups. So, and I know the city's been involved with that too. So looking forward to seeing some materials come out. I'm part of a group planning the Humboldt Bay Trail celebration of the opening, which is going to be June 28th. So mark calendars. It'll be fun. I can't wait to bike that trail. let's see. I attended the Community Economic Resilience Consortium, the Wednesday meeting where Director Kenyon presented around all of the work that Eureka is doing related to housing, and so just wanted to thank her for that presentation. And then, since we didn't report the last meeting, I'll just be real quick. Humboldt Transit Authority, Humboldt Waste Management Authority, HCSD, Humboldt Community Services District 2x2 meeting, and I attended I hung out all morning with the firefighters, and I got to climb all the way to the top of the ladder. It was really fun. So I did that, and that was maybe like a meeting highlight. You could see the ocean. It was very cool. Okay, that's what I've done.
That's wonderful. What was the location? Where were you at? On the
we were just parked at the station there, at station number 1.
Awesome. Good times. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for being here and staying. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.